Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
18 Stoic Ways to Destroy Your Enemy Without Fighting Them, from Marcus Aurelius. Stoicism. Imagine being in the heat of an argument, your blood boiling, and your mind racing with thoughts of how to win. We've all been there, facing someone who seems determined to oppose us, whether in the office, at home, or online. But what if I told you that you could vanquish your enemies without lifting a finger, without uttering a single harsh word? The ancient Stoics, masters of emotional control and reason, have bequeathed us timeless strategies to navigate conflict with grace and poise. In this video, you will uncover 18 Stoic-inspired techniques to tackle conflicts head-on, drawing from the profound wisdom of Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. These methods demand patience and effort, yet they promise the ultimate rewards: inner peace, long-lasting solutions, and transformed relationships. Are you ready to learn how to navigate conflict like a true Stoic? Join us on this journey. And remember, your most significant victory lies not in external battles, but in mastering your own mind and heart. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell to stay updated with all our insights on facing life's challenges with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Let's dive in and discover how you can turn your conflicts into opportunities for growth and understanding. Number 1. Use humor wisely. In conflict resolution, humor can be a powerful tool when used wisely. It has the ability to diffuse tension and open channels for better communication. However, humor must be applied with caution. Seneca reminds us that a jest can easily become an insult if not carefully managed. Therefore, it is essential to recognize your audience and their sensitivities. The goal is not to mock or belittle, but to lighten the mood and foster a more open atmosphere for dialogue. Humor that is self-deprecating can often be the safest bet, showing humility and a willingness to own up to mistakes. Timing is crucial. Introduce humor only when the emotional intensity has decreased, ensuring it doesn't come off as dismissive or sarcastic. By carefully incorporating humor, you can navigate the tightrope of conflict with balance, turning a potentially volatile situation into one where understanding and cooperation can flourish. Number 2. Set boundaries. Setting boundaries is a fundamental practice in maintaining inner peace and safeguarding your well-being. Epictetus teaches us that we cannot control the actions of others, only our own responses. By clearly defining what behaviors are acceptable to you and communicating these boundaries respectfully, you create a protective barrier against negativity. Boundaries are not walls meant to isolate, but guidelines that foster healthy interactions. Be assertive yet kind when articulating your limits, using I statements to express your needs without sounding accusatory. Consistency is key. Adhere to your boundaries firmly to gain respect from others and to respect yourself. Expect resistance but remain steadfast. Boundaries are acts of self-care, not selfishness. They empower you to live a life aligned with your values, providing the freedom to interact with others from a place of strength and serenity. Number 3. Seek external aid. In the labyrinth of conflict, seeking external aid is a mark of wisdom, not weakness. When communication breaks down and emotions run high, a mediator or counselor can provide an impartial perspective and facilitate constructive dialogue. These professionals are trained to navigate the intricacies of human interaction, helping both parties to feel heard and valued. Their role is akin to that of a Stoic philosopher, guiding students towards wisdom and clarity. By enlisting their help, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving disputes with dignity and grace. Remember, Asking for assistance is a testament to your dedication to personal growth and the health of your relationships. It shows that you are willing to invest in a peaceful and constructive outcome, leveraging the knowledge and experience of others to illuminate the path ahead. Number 4. Control your reactions. True strength lies in mastering your own reactions rather than attempting to control external events. Epictetus reminds us that it is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it. By focusing on your responses, you cultivate inner calm and resilience. Begin by recognizing your triggers and understanding the emotional terrain that leads to negative reactions. When faced with provocation, take a moment to breathe and create space between stimulus and response. This pause allows you to choose your reaction deliberately rather than impulsively. Shift your perspective and consider alternative viewpoints, asking yourself if a different interpretation might yield a more constructive outcome. Consistent practice of this Stoic principle strengthens your emotional fortitude, enabling you to face life's storms with poise and composure. Remember, true power is found in the peace that comes from within. Number 5. Communicate calmly and clearly. Effective communication is the cornerstone of resolving conflict the Stoic way. Seneca advises us to speak with clarity and purpose, ensuring our words are measured and our tone respectful. Begin by developing active listening skills. Truly hear what your opponent is saying before formulating your response. This shows respect and opens the door to mutual understanding. Use I statements to express your feelings and needs without casting blame. For example, I feel hurt when, rather than you always. This reduces defensiveness and fosters a more collaborative approach to problem solving. Maintain a calm and composed demeanor, avoiding insults and aggressive language. Focus on seeking solutions rather than winning the argument. By mastering the art of clear and calm communication, you transform potential conflicts into opportunities for constructive dialogue and deeper connection. Number 6. Understand your adversary. To navigate conflict with wisdom, delve deeply into understanding your adversary. The Stoics teach us to look beyond the surface and seek the underlying motivations and fears that drive behavior. This approach requires patience and empathy. Imagine stepping into their shoes, viewing the situation from their perspective. What life experiences have shaped their viewpoint? What are their core concerns and desires? By asking sincere, open-ended questions, you can uncover the roots of their stance. This understanding fosters empathy, allowing you to address the true issues at hand rather than just the symptoms of the conflict. In this way, you not only gain insight into their world, but also reflect on your own responses and motivations. This deeper understanding can turn adversaries into allies and transform conflict into an opportunity for growth and connection. Number 7. Practice forgiveness. Forgiveness is a powerful Stoic tool for releasing the burdens of anger and resentment. Seneca wisely points out that holding on to vengeance keeps wounds open. Forgiveness, on the other hand, is a conscious choice to let go of the negative emotions that tether you to the past, allowing for greater clarity and peace of mind. It does not mean condoning the actions that caused harm, but rather freeing yourself from their emotional grip. Begin by acknowledging the impact of holding on to anger on your well-being. Reflect on the broader context and motivations behind the other person's actions. Let go of the need for retribution, focusing instead on the lessons learned. Forgiveness is a continual process, requiring dedication and practice. Ultimately, it is a gift you give yourself, leading to inner freedom and emotional resilience. Number 8. Choose your battles wisely. Life presents us with countless opportunities for conflict, but wisdom lies in discerning which battles are worth fighting. The Stoics remind us that not every slight or disagreement warrants our full attention. Before engaging in a dispute, pause and reflect on its significance. Ask yourself if this conflict genuinely affects your well-being or aligns with your values. Is it a matter of principle or a fleeting irritation? By prioritizing your energy and focus on truly important issues, you can conserve your emotional resources and approach significant conflicts with greater clarity and effectiveness. Remember Seneca's advice: the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Take a step back, evaluate the situation objectively, and choose your battles with the wisdom of a Stoic sage. Number 9. Seek common ground. In the midst of conflict, finding common ground can be a transformative Stoic strategy. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all things, urging us to look beyond immediate disagreements and discover shared values and goals. Start by shifting your perspective from me to we. Consider what both parties ultimately want and search for underlying needs and desires. These commonalities can become the foundation for cooperation and compromise. Even small points of agreement can build momentum towards a more harmonious resolution. Patience and persistence are key. Finding common ground may take time, but it paves the way for deeper understanding and mutual respect. By focusing on what unites rather than divides, you create a pathway to peace and collaboration. Number 10. Appeal to inner values. Appealing to an adversary's inner values is a subtle yet powerful Stoic technique. Instead of confronting them directly, align your arguments with their core beliefs and principles. This approach requires careful observation and understanding of what they hold dear. Look for common values, such as honesty, justice, or respect, and frame your perspective in a way that resonates with these ideals. Speaking their language and demonstrating how your solution embodies their values can create a sense of alignment and foster genuine buy-in. This method not only facilitates resolution, but also builds respect and understanding, transforming the adversarial relationship into a cooperative one grounded in shared principles. Number 11. Grow from conflict. Conflict, though often viewed negatively, can be a fertile ground for personal growth. The Stoics encourage us to see challenges as opportunities for self-improvement. Approach each conflict with a learning mindset, reflecting on your actions and reactions. What triggered your responses? What values or beliefs were challenged? Use these insights to identify areas for development and implement changes that enhance your emotional resilience and communication skills. Seeking feedback from trusted mentors or friends can provide valuable perspectives and support your growth. Embrace the Stoic view that every obstacle is a chance to become stronger and wiser. By transforming conflict into a catalyst for self-discovery, you emerge more capable and composed, ready to face future challenges with grace. Number 12. Offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of Stoic conflict resolution. Marcus Aurelius advises us to understand the other person's perspective deeply, recognizing their emotions and experiences. This does not mean agreeing with them, but rather validating their feelings. Listen attentively to both their words and nonverbal cues, acknowledging their frustrations and concerns. Statements like, "I see why you feel that way," or, "It sounds like this situation is important to you," can build trust and reduce defensiveness. By bridging the gap with empathy, you create an environment where honest and productive dialogue can occur. This Stoic approach transforms conflict from a battleground into a space for connection and mutual understanding, fostering deeper relationships and effective resolutions. Number 13. Embrace compromise. The art of compromise is essential in Stoic conflict resolution. Recognizing that rigid positions often lead to impasses, the Stoics advise flexibility and adaptability. Approach conflict as a cooperative endeavor, seeking solutions that address the needs of all parties involved. Identify common goals and be willing to let go of less important details. Prioritize finding a win-win outcome where everyone feels heard and valued. Compromise does not mean sacrificing your principles, but finding a balanced approach that fosters harmony and mutual respect. This Stoic practice of compromise demonstrates strength through flexibility, creating sustainable resolutions that benefit everyone involved. Number 14. Demonstrate virtue. In moments of conflict, leading by example through virtuous behavior can inspire positive change. The Stoics valued qualities such as courage, wisdom, and temperance, urging us to embody these traits in our interactions. Show integrity by staying true to your principles, even under pressure. Practice wisdom by making thoughtful, balanced decisions. Display temperance by remaining calm and composed, avoiding excessive reactions. By demonstrating virtue, you set a standard for others to follow, fostering an environment of respect and ethical conduct. This Stoic approach not only helps resolve conflicts, but also elevates the overall quality of your relationships and interactions. Number 15, maintain dignity. Upholding your dignity in conflict is a key Stoic principle. Seneca teaches us that maintaining self-respect and integrity is crucial, regardless of external circumstances. Avoid actions or words that compromise your values or lower your standards. Respond to provocation with grace and composure, demonstrating inner strength. By keeping your dignity intact, you not only protect your own sense of self, but also command respect from others. This Stoic approach ensures that conflicts are resolved in a manner that honors your principles and fosters a culture of mutual respect and decency. Number 16, use silence. Sometimes the most powerful response in a conflict is no response at all. The Stoics valued the strategic use of silence as a means to de-escalate tensions and provide space for emotions to settle. Silence allows for reflection and prevents the situation from escalating further. It can signal strength and self-control, showing that you are not easily provoked. Use silence to listen actively, giving the other person time to express themselves fully. This creates an opportunity for thoughtful responses and reduces the likelihood of impulsive reactions. The Stoic practice of silence transforms conflict into a more contemplative and constructive dialogue. Number 17, practice patience. Patience is a virtue highly esteemed by the Stoics, especially in the context of conflict resolution. Recognize that resolving disputes takes time and cannot be rushed. Allow space for thoughtful consideration and emotional cooling. Patience enables you to approach the situation with a calm and clear mind, avoiding hasty decisions that might exacerbate the conflict. Reflect on Seneca's wisdom that time is a great healer. By practicing patience, you foster a more thoughtful and deliberate resolution process, leading to more sustainable and harmonious outcomes. Number 18, educate and enlighten. Sharing knowledge and insights can be a powerful way to resolve conflicts and foster understanding. The Stoics believed in the value of wisdom and education in transforming lives and relationships. Use your knowledge to enlighten your adversary, offering new perspectives that can help them see the broader picture. This is not about proving superiority, but about fostering mutual growth and understanding. Provide information, share experiences, and offer guidance that can help resolve misunderstandings and build a foundation for cooperation. This Stoic approach turns conflict into an opportunity for learning and enlightenment, benefiting both parties and strengthening the relationship. The video concludes by encouraging viewers to subscribe for more insights on using Stoic wisdom to navigate life's challenges. As we reach the end of our journey through these 18 Stoic strategies, remember that the true victory in any conflict lies not in conquering your opponent, but in mastering yourself. These timeless teachings from Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius offer more than just methods to resolve disputes. They provide a path to inner peace, resilience, and profound personal growth. Before you go, take a moment to reflect on the power of these Stoic principles in your own life. Which strategies resonated with you the most? How will you apply them to transform your conflicts into opportunities for understanding and harmony? We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Share your insights in the comments below. Your wisdom could be the key that helps someone else on their Stoic journey. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more wisdom on navigating life's challenges with grace and strength. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening journey. Remember, your greatest battles are fought and won within. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and let it guide you to a life of tranquility and purpose. Until next time, stay wise and keep growing.
Today we're diving into 10 powerful habits that, in just 1 week, sparked incredible changes in my life. I know what you're thinking. Can such transformation happen so quickly? I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't experienced it myself. These aren't your usual self-help tricks, but deep, practical habits that brought clarity, calm, and real growth. From struggles to breakthroughs, I've tested each one, and the impact has been life-altering. So grab a coffee, settle in, and stick around, because by the end you'll have actionable, realistic steps that you can start today, complete with some personal stories that show just how powerful these habits can be. Let's jump in. Habit 1. Practicing daily gratitude. This habit was simple yet incredibly uplifting. Each morning I started listing 3 things I was grateful for, from big accomplishments to small moments of joy. Reflecting on the positives grounded me and shifted my focus toward abundance, making challenges feel more manageable. It's easy to get caught up in the stresses of daily life, but gratitude brings us back to what's truly important. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try writing down a few things you're thankful for each morning. You might be surprised by how much lighter and more positive it makes you feel. Habit 2. Journaling. Journaling was something I'd always thought of as just for deep thinkers, but dedicating 10 minutes each night to write about my day changed everything. I started with simple notes about what made me happy, what I struggled with, and soon it became a space for real self-reflection. The habit revealed patterns in my thoughts, fears, and desires. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I wrote down everything I was feeling, and it brought clarity and peace. I even started jotting down 3 things I was grateful for each day, which helped me shift focus from what was lacking to what I already had. It's a grounding habit that's as therapeutic as it is insightful. Habit 3. Setting a daily intention. This was a small but profound change. Every morning, I take a few minutes to set a single intention for the day, like practice patience or focus on gratitude. It created a mindful approach to my day and reminded me of my priorities when things got hectic. I found myself more focused, grounded, and in tune with my actions. Setting an intention doesn't have to be complicated. Think of it as giving your day a purpose or a theme. It can be a powerful anchor in moments of stress. Habit 4. Waking up early. The first game changer was simply waking up earlier. I used to be a late riser, hitting snooze until the last minute. Mornings were rushed and chaotic, setting a hectic tone for the whole day. But when I challenged myself to start waking up at 5 a.m., things changed, and fast. Those first days weren't easy, but by day 3, I began to feel the calm and quiet that came with the early hours. There's something almost magical about having the world to yourself as it wakes up. With those extra moments, I could stretch, meditate, and plan my day without feeling rushed. Even watching the sunrise felt grounding and gave me a renewed sense of gratitude. If you're not a morning person, try setting your alarm 15 minutes earlier each day. Those small steps toward an unrushed start will pay off in ways you can't imagine. Habit 5. Daily exercise. The second habit that shifted my life was committing to daily exercise. I wasn't a fitness fanatic and used every excuse to skip workouts. I'm too tired, there's no time, you name it. But one week I decided enough was enough. I started with just 20 minutes each day, mixing up light jogs, yoga, and simple strength exercises. Initially my muscles ached and I felt exhausted, but by the 4th day I was waking up with more energy, my mood brighter, and my focus sharper. Exercise became less about calories and more about a daily dose of self-care. It was a moment to connect with myself, leave behind stress, and tune in to my own needs. Habit 6. Mindful eating. Mindful eating was a small change that had a big impact. I used to eat quickly, often while on my phone or laptop, barely paying attention. But when I committed to eating without distractions, I realized how much I'd been missing. By setting aside screens and slowing down, I began to taste and enjoy each bite, noticing the flavors and textures as though experiencing them for the first time. Eating slowly helped me recognize when I was full and naturally reduced overeating. This mindful practice brought gratitude and awareness to my meals, helping me connect with food in a healthier, more fulfilling way. Habit 7. Practicing self-compassion. The final habit was a lesson in self-compassion. Whenever I stumbled or faced setbacks, I tended to be hard on myself. But instead, I started reminding myself to be as kind to myself as I would to a friend. Whenever I made a mistake, I'd pause, take a breath, and remind myself that it's okay to not be perfect. Self-compassion became a powerful tool in my growth, helping me recover from setbacks faster and with more resilience. Remember, progress isn't a straight line, and self-kindness goes a long way. Habit 8. Decluttering my space. I'd underestimated how much clutter in my physical space was affecting my mental space. I started by setting aside 10 minutes each day to clear one area of my home, a desk, a drawer, or a closet. As I decluttered, I felt a sense of relief and clarity, noticing how much easier it was to focus and relax. Having a tidy space gave me a calm, clear environment to start and end my days. If you find yourself feeling overwhelmed or distracted, try small decluttering sessions. It's amazing how much peace a clean space can bring. Habit 9. Limiting screen time. Limiting screen time was one of the harder habits to tackle. Our screens have become our lifelines, but I realized they were draining my energy, affecting my sleep, and distracting me from the present. I set a daily limit of 1 hour for non-essential screen use, which was tough but enlightening. Suddenly I had extra time to read, go for a walk, and reconnect with forgotten hobbies. I even found my sleep improving as I left my phone out of my bedtime routine. Reclaiming that time helped me be more present, more engaged, and less anxious. If you're struggling to cut back, start by setting small limits and see how it feels. Habit 10. Learning something new. Every day, whether it's reading a few pages of a book, listening to a podcast, or trying out a new skill, committing to learning each day brought a refreshing sense of growth. I realized I was often stuck in my routine, and by setting aside even 10-15 minutes for learning, I opened myself to new ideas and perspectives. It could be as simple as a few words in a new language or watching an educational video. Learning daily keeps your mind sharp and adds a little spark of excitement to each day. It's a reminder that growth doesn't have to be big or immediate. It's in those consistent small steps. Each of these 10 habits has been transformative in its own way, contributing to a more mindful, balanced, and fulfilling life. If any of these resonate with you, try incorporating 1 or 2 into your week. Start small, embrace the process, and remember, it's about progress, not perfection. Share your thoughts below. I'd love to hear which habits you're trying, or if you have questions on how to start. And of course, if you found this helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more life-changing insights. Thanks for joining me on this journey. Remember, small steps can lead to massive transformations. See you in the next video, and keep being awesome.
Are you tired of family drama? It is something we all experience at some point in life. From minor misunderstandings to deep-rooted conflicts, navigating relationships with those closest to us can be one of life's greatest challenges. Why is it so hard? Often, it's because family ties come with expectations, shared histories, and emotional bonds that make every interaction more significant. But what if there were practical strategies to approach family drama with calm and clarity? In this video, we'll uncover the top 10 principles for dealing with family drama. Timeless strategies inspired by ancient wisdom and modern psychology. Whether you're dealing with a difficult sibling, managing in-law conflicts, or navigating generational gaps, These principles will help you foster healthier relationships and maintain your inner peace. By the end of this video, you'll have the tools to manage challenging situations, reduce stress, and focus on what truly matters. No matter how complicated family dynamics may seem, there is always room for growth, understanding, and resolution. Let's embark on this journey together and explore how you can apply these principles to your life today. 1. Understand before reacting. Family drama often stems from knee-jerk reactions. A single poorly chosen word or tone can escalate tensions, turning minor misunderstandings into major conflicts. The first step toward diffusing these situations is learning to pause before reacting emotionally. Instead of immediately responding, take a moment to breathe and assess what's truly happening. For example, imagine a family member criticizes your decisions in front of others. It's natural to feel defensive or embarrassed, but reacting impulsively, snapping back or walking away, might worsen the situation. Instead, try to see beyond the words. What's motivating their comment? Are they feeling unheard, or could they be projecting their own insecurities? To build this habit, practice active listening. Pay attention not just to what's being said, but to the emotions behind the words. For instance, if a relative says, "You never call anymore," they might not just be complaining, they could be expressing loneliness. Responding with empathy, like, "I didn't realize you were feeling that way. How can I make it better?" shows care and diffuses tension. This principle is about shifting from reaction to reflection. Over time, this approach reduces conflict, fosters understanding, and helps you navigate emotionally charged situations with grace. 2. Set healthy boundaries. Families often operate with unwritten rules, and without clear communication, boundaries can easily be crossed. Setting boundaries is not only an act of self-respect, but also a way to teach others how you expect to be treated. Imagine a scenario where a family member constantly calls to unload their problems, leaving you emotionally drained. While it's important to support loved ones, it's equally vital to protect your own mental health. A boundary in this case might sound like, "I value our conversations, but I can't always be available to talk. Let's set a time that works for both of us." Enforcing boundaries can feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you fear being perceived as selfish. However, boundaries are not about rejection. They're about creating a space where everyone's needs are respected. For example, if a parent frequently criticizes your life choices, you might say, "I appreciate your concern, but these decisions are mine to make. I'd like us to focus on enjoying our time together instead." Consistent boundary setting doesn't just protect your emotional well-being. It can also inspire others in your family to reflect on their own behavior. Over time, these efforts build stronger, more respectful relationships. 3. Practice empathy and compassion. Empathy is a powerful antidote to family drama. It's easy to get caught up in your own perspective, but taking the time to understand what others are experiencing can completely change how you handle conflicts. Consider a sibling who often seems irritable and dismissive. Instead of labeling them as rude or distant, try to understand what might be driving their behavior. Are they under pressure at work? Struggling with personal challenges they haven't shared? When you view their actions through a lens of empathy, it becomes easier to approach them with patience rather than frustration. Compassion is empathy in action. For example, if a family member lashes out during an argument, instead of retaliating, you could say, "I can see this is really upsetting for you. Let's talk about how we can work through this together. This response not only calms the situation, but also shows your willingness to prioritize the relationship over the conflict. Empathy doesn't mean tolerating harmful behavior, but it does mean acknowledging the humanity behind it. When you lead with compassion, you set the tone for healthier, more constructive interactions. 4. Communicate effectively. Clear and honest communication is the foundation of healthy family relationships. Yet, many of us fall into common communication traps, assuming others know what we mean, avoiding tough conversations, or using language that places blame. Effective communication starts with clarity. For example, instead of saying, "You're always so selfish," which can escalate tensions, try, "I feel overwhelmed when I don't get help with chores. Can we talk about how to divide them more evenly?" This approach focuses on your feelings rather than attacking the other person, making it more likely they'll respond positively. Listening is just as important as speaking. Active listening involves more than just hearing words. It's about understanding the message behind them. When a family member expresses frustration, resist the urge to interrupt or offer solutions immediately. Instead, paraphrase their words to ensure you understand their perspective, saying, "It sounds like you're feeling unappreciated. Is that right?" Nonverbal cues also play a crucial role in communication. Open body language, maintaining eye contact, and nodding affirmatively show you're engaged and receptive. Avoid crossing your arms or looking distracted, as these signals can create barriers to connection. Over time, mastering these communication skills can transform how your family interacts, paving the way for deeper understanding and trust. 5. Detach from the need to control. The need to control is a common yet unhelpful instinct in family dynamics. Whether it's trying to fix someone's behavior or expecting everyone to conform to your expectations, this desire often leads to disappointment and conflict. For example, you might wish a family member would adopt healthier habits or avoid certain behaviors. While it's natural to want the best for them, constantly criticizing or pushing for change can create resistance. Instead, focus on what you can control, your own actions and reactions. Detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you recognize the limits of your influence. For instance, if a relative often makes provocative comments, you can choose not to engage. Saying, "I respect your opinion, but I'd like to steer the conversation in a different direction," allows you to maintain peace without compromising your values. Letting go of control is empowering. It frees you from the stress of trying to manage others and allows you to invest your energy in creating positive changes within yourself. 6. Accept family members as they are. Every family member comes with their own quirks, flaws, and strengths. Expecting them to fit a perfect mold can lead to frustration and disappointment. Acceptance is about letting go of these expectations and embracing your loved ones for who they truly are. For instance, if your parent is overly involved in your life, instead of trying to change their behavior entirely, you might say, "I know you care deeply about me, and I appreciate your concern. I also need some space to make my own decisions." This approach acknowledges their intentions while asserting your needs. When you focus on the positives, such as their support or love, it becomes easier to accept their less desirable traits without letting them overshadow the relationship. 7. Focus on solutions, not problems. It's easy to get trapped in a loop of rehashing past conflicts, revisiting old wounds, and assigning blame. While venting frustrations can feel cathartic in the moment, This approach rarely leads to resolution. Instead, focusing on actionable solutions shifts the narrative from conflict to collaboration. For example, if a family gathering always ends in arguments over household responsibilities, try reframing the situation. Instead of saying, "You never help out," consider proposing, "How about we divide tasks so that everyone contributes?" This subtle shift focuses on moving forward rather than dwelling on grievances. Solution-focused thinking also involves taking proactive steps to prevent recurring issues. If misunderstandings often arise from unclear communication, suggest regular family check-ins, where everyone can voice concerns in a calm and neutral setting. This not only addresses issues before they escalate, but also fosters a sense of teamwork. Focusing on solutions doesn't mean ignoring past hurts. It means using them as a foundation for growth. By redirecting energy toward what can be improved, you create an environment where progress feels achievable and relationships are strengthened. 8. Know when to step back. Sometimes, the healthiest thing you can do in the midst of family drama is to step back. This doesn't mean giving up on the relationship. It means creating space to process emotions and allow tensions to cool. For instance, if an argument becomes heated, recognize the signs that it's heading in a negative direction. Instead of engaging further, calmly say, "I think we both need some time to reflect. Let's revisit this later." Stepping back in this way not only prevents escalation, but also demonstrates emotional maturity. In more persistent situations, such as dealing with a toxic family member, stepping back might mean limiting contact or setting firm boundaries. It's okay to prioritize your mental health by reducing interactions that consistently drain you. This doesn't have to be permanent, but it can provide the clarity and emotional stability needed to approach the relationship more constructively in the future. Remember, stepping back isn't about avoiding problems. It's about choosing when and how to engage in a way that serves your well-being and the health of the relationship. 9. Forgiveness as a tool for freedom. Forgiveness is often misunderstood. It's not about excusing harmful behavior or forgetting the past. It's about releasing the emotional burden of resentment and reclaiming your peace. When you hold on to grudges, the anger and pain weigh you down far more than they affect the other person. Take, for example, a situation where a family member has wronged you deeply. The hurt might linger for years, shaping how you view them and even how you see yourself. Forgiveness doesn't mean pretending the harm didn't happen. Instead, it's a conscious choice to let go of the anger that keeps you tethered to the pain. One way to begin the process of forgiveness is through reflection. Write down what happened, how it made you feel, and why holding on to the grudge has impacted your life. Then, consider what letting go might look like, not for their benefit, but for your own. Forgiveness is ultimately an act of self-liberation. By choosing to forgive, you free yourself from the emotional shackles of the past and create space for healing and growth. 10. Prioritize your well-being. In the midst of family drama, it's easy to lose sight of your own needs. However, prioritizing your well-being is essential, not only for your own health, but also for your ability to navigate relationships effectively. You can't pour from an empty cup, and neglecting self-care only adds to the stress and tension in family dynamics. Start by identifying what nourishes your mental and emotional health. This could include practices like meditation, journaling, exercise, or simply spending time with supportive friends outside of your family circle. Engaging in these activities regularly helps you maintain a sense of balance and perspective, even during challenging times. Another crucial aspect of prioritizing your well-being is seeking support when needed. This might mean talking to a therapist to process complex emotions or joining a support group for people dealing with similar family issues. Remember, there's strength in acknowledging when you need help and taking steps to find it. Finally, recognize that it's okay to say no. If a family event or request feels overwhelming, give yourself permission to decline. Protecting your peace doesn't mean you love your family any less. It means you're creating the emotional space needed to show up as your best self. Solutions, suggestions. Managing family drama can feel overwhelming, but with the right strategies, you can create a more harmonious dynamic. Here are actionable solutions to help you implement the top 10 principles effectively. Pause before responding. When tensions rise, your first instinct might be to respond emotionally. Instead, pause and give yourself time to process. Count to 10, take a deep breath, or excuse yourself from the situation. For example, you might say, "I need a moment to think about what you've said before I respond." This simple habit prevents impulsive reactions and keeps the focus on resolution rather than escalation. Practice role-playing conversations. If you struggle with expressing your feelings, especially in emotionally charged situations, consider practicing with a trusted friend, partner, or therapist. Role-playing difficult conversations allows you to refine your message and prepare for potential responses. For instance, if you anticipate pushback from a family member when setting a boundary, you can practice staying calm and assertive during the discussion. Journaling for emotional clarity. Writing down your thoughts and feelings is a powerful way to process emotions and gain insight into recurring patterns in family dynamics. Journaling helps you clarify what's truly bothering you and what outcome you'd like to achieve. Before approaching a family member about a conflict, jot down your thoughts to ensure your message is clear and constructive. Set up regular family check-ins. Proactively addressing issues can prevent small disagreements from snowballing into larger conflicts. Consider scheduling regular family check-ins. Informal gatherings where everyone has the opportunity to voice their concerns in a calm and supportive environment. For example, during a family dinner or meeting, you could say, "Let's take a moment to check in with one another. Are there any concerns or suggestions we need to address?" Focus on timing and environment. Timing is everything when it comes to addressing sensitive topics. Avoid bringing up issues during high-stress moments or in public settings. Instead, choose a time when everyone is calm and available to talk. A quiet, neutral location can also help create a more open and relaxed atmosphere for discussions. Develop a family agreement. For recurring conflicts, such as disagreements about shared responsibilities, consider creating a family agreement. This document outlines expectations and solutions agreed upon by all parties. For example, in a household where chores often cause tension, a written agreement could specify who is responsible for each task and when they should be completed. Leverage external support. If family drama becomes overwhelming or persists despite your best efforts, don't hesitate to seek outside help. Family therapy can provide a neutral space for resolving deep-seated conflicts, while individual counseling can equip you with the tools to manage stress and maintain healthy boundaries. Create an emotional toolkit. Equip yourself with strategies to stay calm and composed during conflicts. Techniques such as deep breathing, grounding exercises, or repeating affirmations like, "I can handle this calmly," can help you manage your emotions in the heat of the moment. Having these tools readily available makes it easier to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Find common ground. When addressing conflicts, focus on areas of agreement rather than dwelling on differences. For example, if you and a sibling disagree about how to handle a family matter, emphasize shared goals like wanting the best for your parents or maintaining family harmony. Starting from a place of agreement fosters collaboration and reduces defensiveness. Celebrate small wins. Progress in family relationships often happens incrementally. Celebrate small victories, such as successfully setting a boundary or resolving a minor disagreement without escalation. Acknowledging these moments reinforces positive change and motivates you to keep applying the principles. Family relationships are some of the most rewarding yet challenging connections we navigate in life. They're woven with love, history, and deep emotional ties, which can sometimes make conflicts feel overwhelming. But by applying these principles, you can approach family drama with a sense of clarity, compassion, and confidence. The key takeaway is this: you cannot control the actions of others, but you can control how you respond. By pausing before reacting, setting healthy boundaries, and communicating effectively, you create the conditions for understanding and resolution. When you practice empathy and compassion, you not only strengthen your relationships, but also foster a sense of peace within yourself. Remember, progress takes time. Small, consistent efforts lead to meaningful change. Whether it's forgiving past wrongs, stepping back when necessary, or focusing on solutions instead of problems, every step you take toward healthier family dynamics brings you closer to the harmony you deserve. We hope this video has inspired you to reflect on how you approach family challenges and provided practical tools for managing them. If you found these insights valuable, please subscribe to our channel for more wisdom on personal growth and navigating life's complexities. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who might need it, and share your own tips for dealing with family drama in the comments below. Together, we can create a community of support and understanding. Feeling unloved. Discover what it truly means and how to overcome it. In the intricate tapestry of human existence, love is a thread that weaves through every aspect of our lives. It is the foundation upon which we build our connections, our self-worth, and our understanding of the world. Yet there are times when love seems to elude us, leaving us feeling isolated and incomplete. This absence of love is more than just an emotional void. It is a powerful indicator that reveals deeper truths about ourselves and our lives. In this video, we will explore the profound implications of a lack of love. We will delve into the signs that indicate love's absence, reflect on how it affects our self-esteem and mental health, and examine the impact it has on our relationships. Through the lens of Stoic wisdom, particularly the teachings of Seneca, we will uncover how embracing solitude and focusing on self-improvement can transform this lack into a powerful opportunity for growth. Part 2. Reflection on Self-Worth. Part 1. Understanding the lack of love. To understand the absence of love, we must first define what love truly encompasses. Love is a multifaceted emotion, manifesting in various forms such as romantic love, familial love, friendship, and, most crucially, self-love. Each form of love plays a vital role in our lives, offering support, connection, and a sense of belonging. When one or more of these forms is absent, it can significantly impact our emotional well-being. Identifying the absence of love in your life involves a keen sense of self-awareness. Do you feel disconnected from those around you? Are you constantly seeking validation and approval from others? Do you struggle with feelings of unworthiness or inadequacy? These are all potential indicators that you may be experiencing a lack of love. It's important to recognize that these feelings are not uncommon, and acknowledging them is the first step towards addressing the underlying issues. A vivid example can be found in the story of Jane, a successful professional who seemed to have everything she needed. Despite her achievements, Jane felt a profound emptiness and a persistent sense of loneliness. She realized that her relationships were superficial, driven by external validation rather than genuine connection. This lack of authentic love led Jane to a critical self-reflection, where she discovered that her self-esteem was heavily reliant on the opinions of others. Drawing from Stoic philosophy, Seneca's teachings emphasize the importance of inner worth and self-contentment. According to Seneca, true contentment comes from within, not from external sources. This principle underscores the need to cultivate self-love and inner strength, as these are the foundations of genuine happiness and fulfillment. Understanding the lack of love requires us to look inward and assess our own lives. It's a call to action, to evaluate our relationships and the role love plays within them. By doing so, we can begin to address the root causes of our feelings of emptiness and take steps towards a more fulfilling and love-filled life. Part 2. Reflection on Self-Worth. The absence of love often mirrors deeper issues related to our self-esteem and self-worth. When we feel unloved, it can be a reflection of how we perceive ourselves and our intrinsic value. This connection between external love and internal self-worth is a pivotal insight that requires introspection and understanding. Self-esteem is the foundation of how we view ourselves and our place in the world. It shapes our interactions, our decisions, and our overall outlook on life. When we lack self-love, it becomes challenging to accept love from others genuinely. This can create a vicious cycle where our need for external validation overshadows our ability to cultivate and appreciate our own self-worth. Consider the story of Mark, a young professional who excelled in his career but constantly felt inadequate in his personal life. Despite his professional achievements, Mark struggled with the feelings of insecurity and unworthiness. His relationships were characterized by a constant need for approval and reassurance. It wasn't until Mark began to reflect on his own self-esteem issues that he realized his lack of self-love was driving his need for external validation. By addressing his self-esteem, Mark started to build healthier, more fulfilling relationships based on mutual respect and genuine connection. Stoic philosophy, particularly Seneca's teachings, provides valuable insights into this issue. Seneca emphasized that true contentment and self-worth come from within. According to him, we should not rely on external sources for our happiness and sense of self. Instead, we should cultivate an inner resilience and self-appreciation that is independent of others' opinions and actions. This inner strength allows us to navigate the world with confidence and peace, regardless of external circumstances. Reflecting on self-worth means examining our beliefs about ourselves and challenging the negative perceptions that undermine our confidence. It involves practicing self-compassion, recognizing our strengths, and understanding that our value is not determined by others, but by our own intrinsic qualities. By fostering a healthy sense of self-worth, we can break the cycle of dependency on external validation and begin to attract and accept genuine love into our lives. Ultimately, the lack of love can serve as a powerful mirror, reflecting our internal struggles with self-esteem. By addressing these issues and embracing the wisdom of self-worth, we can transform our lives and relationships, creating a foundation of love that begins within and extends outward. Part 3. Impact on mental health. The absence of love can have profound effects on our mental health. When we feel unloved, it often manifests as anxiety, depression, and a host of other emotional challenges. These feelings are not just fleeting moments of sadness. They are deep-seated issues that can significantly impact our overall well-being. Anxiety, for example, can stem from the constant fear of rejection and the need for validation. Without a sense of love and support, we might find ourselves in a perpetual state of worry, questioning our worth and fearing abandonment. Depression, on the other hand, often follows the realization that we are not receiving the love and connection we crave. This can lead to feelings of hopelessness and despair, making it difficult to find joy in everyday life. Consider the case of Sarah, who always felt like an outsider in her family. Despite her achievements and efforts to connect, she never felt truly loved or appreciated. This lack of familial love led Sarah into a deep depression, where she questioned her worth and purpose. It wasn't until Sarah sought therapy and began addressing her mental health that she could see the patterns in her relationships and work towards healing. Stoic philosophy offers valuable tools for dealing with these emotional challenges. Seneca advised focusing on what is within our control and accepting what is not. This approach helps us manage our emotional responses and maintain inner peace, even in the face of external difficulties. By practicing mindfulness and cultivating resilience, we can better cope with the emotional impacts of feeling unloved. Understanding the impact of a lack of love on mental health underscores the importance of seeking help and support. Therapy, self-help strategies, and building a network of supportive relationships are crucial steps toward healing. By addressing the emotional toll of feeling unloved, we can begin to rebuild our mental health and create a more stable, fulfilling life. Part 4. Evaluating relationships. A lack of love often signals deeper issues within our relationships. Toxic relationships can exacerbate feelings of unworthiness and isolation. Identifying and addressing these unhealthy dynamics is essential for emotional well-being and personal growth. Toxic relationships are characterized by manipulation, control, and a lack of mutual respect. These relationships drain our emotional energy and reinforce negative self-perceptions. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship, such as constant criticism, lack of support, and emotional manipulation, is the first step toward breaking free from its harmful effects. Take the example of David, who was in a long-term relationship with a partner who constantly belittled him and undermined his confidence. Over time, David's self-esteem eroded, and he began to believe he was unworthy of love and respect. By recognizing the toxicity of his relationship and choosing to leave, David embarked on a journey of self-discovery and healing. He learned to set healthy boundaries and surround himself with people who valued and respected him. Seneca's wisdom teaches us the importance of choosing our companions wisely. According to Stoic principles, we should surround ourselves with individuals who uplift and inspire us, rather than those who bring us down. Setting healthy boundaries and recognizing red flags are crucial steps in fostering positive, supportive relationships. Evaluating our relationships involves honest self-reflection and courage. It means acknowledging when a relationship is detrimental to our well-being and taking steps to change it. By prioritizing our emotional health and seeking relationships built on mutual respect and genuine care, we can create a supportive environment that nurtures love and self-worth. Part 5. Self-improvement and growth. The absence of love presents a unique opportunity for self-improvement and personal growth. Instead of viewing it as a deficit, we can reframe it as a catalyst for positive change and self-discovery. Self-love practices are essential for building a strong foundation of self-worth. These practices include self-care routines, positive affirmations, and setting personal goals. By taking time to nurture ourselves, we cultivate a sense of inner peace and confidence that is not dependent on external validation. Consider the story of Emily, who, after a series of failed relationships, decided to focus on herself. She began a journey of self-improvement, taking up new hobbies, setting career goals, and practicing mindfulness. Through this process, Emily discovered her passions and built a strong sense of self-worth. When she eventually entered a new relationship, it was based on mutual respect and shared values, rather than a need for validation. Stoic philosophy encourages us to focus on what we can control: our actions, our thoughts, and our responses. By embracing this mindset, we can take proactive steps toward self-improvement. Whether it's through learning new skills, setting personal goals, or practicing gratitude, each step we take towards self-improvement strengthens our sense of self-love and worth. Personal development is a continuous journey. By committing to self-improvement, we not only enhance our own lives, but also attract healthier, more fulfilling relationships. As we grow and evolve, we create a life that reflects our true values and desires. Part 6. Embracing solitude. In our quest for love and connection, we often overlook the value of solitude. Embracing solitude can be a powerful tool for self-discovery and personal growth. It provides us with the space to reflect, recharge, and cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves. Solitude is not about being lonely. It's about finding peace and contentment within ourselves. It allows us to disconnect from external distractions and focus on our inner world. This introspective time is essential for personal growth and self-awareness. Think of John, who, after a painful breakup, decided to spend time alone rather than jumping into another relationship. During this period of solitude, John practiced meditation, journaling, and self-reflection. He discovered his passions, set new goals, and built a strong sense of self-worth. When he was ready to enter a new relationship, it was from a place of confidence and self-assurance. Stoic practices such as mindfulness and meditation can help us embrace and benefit from solitude. By focusing on the present moment and cultivating a sense of inner peace, we can find strength and clarity in being alone. This inner tranquility allows us to approach life's challenges with resilience and composure. Embracing solitude means making time for ourselves and valuing our own company. It's about recognizing that our worth is not defined by our relationships but by our own intrinsic qualities. By finding contentment within ourselves, we can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and confidence. In conclusion, the lack of love can be a profound indicator of deeper issues within ourselves and our lives. By understanding and addressing these issues, we can transform this absence into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. Reflecting on our self-worth, evaluating our relationships, and embracing solitude are essential steps in this journey. As we navigate this path, let us draw upon the wisdom of Stoic philosophy to cultivate inner strength and resilience. By focusing on what we can control and finding contentment within ourselves, we can create a life that is rich in love and fulfillment. Remember, the journey of self-discovery and growth is continuous. Each step we take brings us closer to a deeper understanding of ourselves and a more fulfilling life. Let us embrace this journey with courage and wisdom, turning the lack of love into a catalyst for profound personal transformation.
Have you ever wondered why, despite being constantly connected through social media, many of us still feel isolated and undervalued? It's a strange paradox of our modern times. We're surrounded by people, yet often feel unnoticed by those who matter most. If you've ever felt like you're not as important to others as they are to you, this video is for you. Today, we'll explore ancient Stoic wisdom to help you become more valued and appreciated by those around you. 1. Prioritize your own needs. Imagine you're on an airplane and the oxygen masks drop. What's the first thing they tell you to do? Put on your own mask before helping others. In life, the same principle applies. Often, we sacrifice our own needs for others, leading to burnout and lack of self-respect. Epictetus, a renowned Stoic philosopher, emphasized that self-mastery and self-knowledge are key to a meaningful life. By understanding and prioritizing your own needs, you build a foundation of self-respect that naturally attracts others. For example, set aside time each day for self-care, whether it's a quiet moment with a book, a walk in the park, or a hobby you love. 2. Cultivate independence. Think of a lighthouse standing tall and firm amidst a storm. It doesn't rely on anything else to shine. Similarly, Stoicism teaches the importance of self-reliance and independence. Making decisions without constantly seeking external approval makes you more confident and attractive to others. People respect those who can stand by their beliefs and values. This doesn't mean isolating yourself, but being the captain of your own ship. For instance, take charge of your career path by setting clear goals and pursuing them with determination without waiting for validation from others. 3. Create a sense of absence. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, right? If you're always readily available, people might take you for granted. In our busy world, time is a precious commodity. By occasionally being unavailable, you allow others to recognize and appreciate your presence more. For instance, don't always be the first to respond to messages or drop everything to meet up. Let people experience your absence and realize your value. 4. Set boundaries on availability. Are you the person who says yes to everything? It's time to change that. Constantly saying yes can lead people to take your time for granted. Seneca, another Stoic thinker, reminds us to own our time and use it wisely. Learning to say no respectfully helps you prioritize your needs and ensures that your availability is valued. For example, if you're swamped with work, it's okay to decline a last-minute invitation. Respecting your own time teaches others to do the same. 5. Let others initiate conversations. In our hyper-communicative world, it might seem strange to stop initiating conversations, but Stoicism values listening more than speaking. By allowing others to start conversations, you show that you value their thoughts and opinions. This practice fosters deeper connections and makes you more appreciated. Try this. Next time, wait for your friends to reach out first. You'll learn a lot by listening and observing. 6. Embrace patience. Patience is a virtue, and in Stoicism, it's a powerful tool. In a world driven by immediate gratification and constant distractions, the ability to wait calmly is rare and admirable. Patience isn't about being passive, it's about maintaining emotional control and composure. By showing patience, you project strength and stability, making others appreciate your presence more. For instance, in stressful situations at work, stay calm and composed instead of reacting impulsively. 7. Keep a little mystery. Think of the last great movie you watched. What kept you hooked? The unfolding mystery. Similarly, maintaining a bit of mystery about yourself can make others more interested in you. Stoicism teaches self-discipline and the importance of controlling how much you reveal. By gradually sharing your thoughts and experiences, you keep others intrigued and focused on you. For example, instead of sharing everything about your weekend, leave out a few details and let others ask questions. Encourage others to invest in you. Allowing others to contribute to your life helps build stronger bonds. When people offer advice, assistance, or support, they feel valued and appreciated. Stoicism emphasizes our interdependence, and by letting others help you, you enrich your relationships. This mutual investment creates a virtuous cycle of respect and value. For example, ask a colleague for their input on a project or accept help when offered, showing that you value their contribution. 9. Focus on quality over quantity. In relationships, Stoicism advises focusing on the quality of interactions rather than the quantity. Deep, meaningful conversations and connections are more valuable than numerous superficial interactions. By investing time in cultivating genuine relationships, you ensure that your presence is truly valued. For instance, instead of attending every social event, spend quality time with a close friend, having deep conversations and truly connecting. 10. Practice generosity. Generosity, whether it's in the form of time, resources, or knowledge, can greatly enhance your value to others. Stoicism encourages us to help others without expecting anything in return. This act of selflessness builds strong bonds and makes others more likely to value and prioritize you. Remember, true wealth lies in meaningful relationships. For example, volunteer your time to help a friend with a move or share your expertise without expecting anything in return. Conclusion. Applying these Stoic principles can significantly impact how others perceive and value you. The goal is to foster genuine connections and build relationships based on mutual respect and integrity. By practicing these strategies, you can navigate modern life's complexities while staying true to yourself. Remember, the essence of Stoicism lies not just in transforming your relationships with others, but in transforming your relationship yourself. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment. Say wiser, so I know you watched till the end. Subscribe to our channel for more insights. Thank you for your attention. Be wiser, and until next time.
Deception. It's such a peculiar thing, isn't it? The subtle art of concealing the truth, of twisting reality ever so slightly. We humans are strange creatures. We long for truth, yet we hide behind our own masks. And here's the paradox. Sometimes the ones we trust the most, the people who are closest to us, are the ones who engage in these little deceptions. It's not always out of malice, but often out of fear or insecurity. a desire to keep the world from seeing something too raw, too real. I remember a time when I believed I could always tell when someone was lying to me. Perhaps you've thought the same. We like to think we're good judges of character, that we can see through the veil of falsehood. But as life has a way of teaching us, reality is far more subtle, far more intricate. A lie is rarely obvious. It slips between words, in a slight change in expression, in the way someone's body turns away ever so slightly. Imagine, if you will, a person sitting across from you. They're speaking, and everything seems fine. But then you notice something, a slight hesitation, a shift in tone, a laugh where it doesn't belong. It's as if the truth is shimmering beneath the surface, almost calling out to you, yet still hidden. And in that moment, you can either turn away, choosing to preserve the comforting illusion, or you can look deeper, daring to see what lies beneath. So let us explore this together, not in judgment, not in suspicion, but in curiosity. Let's examine the subtle signs that someone might be hiding the truth from us. For these little tells, these small clues, are part of the rich tapestry of human behavior. And perhaps, in understanding them, we don't just learn how to see through deception. We learn a bit more about ourselves, our own hesitations, our own illusions. Are you ready to see beyond the mask? Let's dive in. 1. Laughing off serious topics. Have you ever tried to bring up something meaningful with someone, only to have them laugh it off like it's nothing? I know I have, and it's frustrating. At first it might seem like they're just trying to keep things light-hearted or avoid making the conversation too serious. But over time, you start to realize that this habit of laughing things off is more than just a quirky response. It's a way of dodging accountability. When someone brushes off serious issues with a chuckle or joke, they're not just avoiding the conversation, they're hiding from the truth. In one of my past relationships, I often felt disconnected, like we were slowly drifting apart. I'd try to bring it up, hoping we could talk it through, but every time I'd get that same awkward chuckle and a dismissive, "Oh, you're just overthinking it. Relax." At first, I let it slide. I convinced myself maybe I was being too intense, or maybe they were just uncomfortable with these kinds of talks. But the truth was, their laughter wasn't about me, or even about keeping things light. It was a shield against having to confront deeper issues. Here's the thing. Using humor to dodge serious topics isn't innocent. It shuts down the conversation, making it impossible to address the root problem. We're conditioned to think laughter is always a good thing, but when it's used to deflect, it creates a barrier to real communication. The more I allowed this to happen, the harder it became to feel connected. It's like a roadblock went up every time I tried to approach the truth, keeping us stuck in surface-level interactions. The deeper issue here is about emotional maturity. If someone can't talk about serious topics without trying to make a joke out of it, they're signaling that they're not ready or willing to be vulnerable or accountable. And that's a big problem. Real relationships need honest conversations, even if they're uncomfortable. If they laugh things off, don't let it slide. Ask, "Why is this funny to you?" Or, "Can we talk about this seriously?" Because humor shouldn't be a wall between you and the truth. When people avoid real talk, it's not just a small issue. It's a barrier to genuine connection, and that's something no relationship can survive. 2. Micro-expressions of guilt or fear. I used to think I was good at spotting lies until I learned about micro-expressions. These tiny, almost imperceptible facial expressions can reveal emotions like guilt or fear, no matter how hard someone tries to hide them. Think about it. A slight twitch in their brow, a flicker of discomfort in their eyes, or even a quick tightening of their lips. We don't usually notice these things, but once I started paying attention, I realized how much people's faces can give away. For example, I once had a friend who was late for a meetup. When I casually asked why, they shrugged it off with some vague excuse. But there was a fleeting look of panic, just for a second. It was so brief, but it was there. My gut told me something was off, but I brushed it aside. Later, I found out they'd actually been lying about where they were, and that quick micro-expression was a dead giveaway that I missed. Micro-expressions are fascinating because they're genuine. These aren't practiced, rehearsed responses. They're spontaneous reactions our bodies can't control, even when our minds are trying to be deceptive. Now, whenever I'm in a conversation and something feels off, I watch for these micro-expressions. They might only last a split second, but they're real indicators of hidden feelings. It's like seeing behind the mask for just a moment, catching a glimpse of what's actually going on. It sounds intense, but learning to notice micro-expressions has changed the way I interact with people. I no longer feel in the dark when something feels off. Instead, I trust my instincts and look for those subtle signs of guilt or fear. It's not about being paranoid, it's about being aware. We often talk about listening to words, but sometimes faces tell a much clearer story than anything else. So, if you're getting mixed signals from someone, pay close attention to those tiny changes in their expression. They might be giving you the truth they're not saying. 3. Body language. Body language can say more than words ever could, especially when it comes to honesty. I used to ignore subtle shifts in body language, thinking they were insignificant. But as I became more aware, I started noticing that people's actions often spoke louder than their words. One clear example: when someone's body is subtly turned away from you, even if they're engaged in conversation. I'll give you an example. I once had a friend who, whenever we discussed anything personal or uncomfortable, would slowly turn their body away. It was almost unconscious. At first, I thought I was reading into things, that maybe they just had a weird way of sitting. But the more it happened, the clearer it became. They'd shift away, crossing their arms or even looking around as if searching for an exit. Body language isn't accidental. When someone can't fully face you, it's often because they're hiding something or feeling uncomfortable with the conversation. It's almost as if their body is trying to physically escape the truth. And, just like with micro-expressions, these actions aren't calculated. They're raw, involuntary responses. When you notice someone's body turned away, especially during an important conversation, pay attention. It's a clue that something deeper might be going on. Over time, I've learned that if someone truly values honesty and connection, they'll face you directly, no matter how difficult the topic. They won't shy away or hide with their body. So if someone's angling away from you mid-conversation, it's not just bad posture. It's a subconscious sign that they're not entirely comfortable with the truth, and maybe they don't want you to see it either. 4. Changing the subject. Have you ever been in a conversation where you bring up a serious topic and suddenly the other person changes the subject? It's like a game of verbal dodgeball. You throw them a serious question and they instantly shift to something trivial. I used to think they were just scatterbrained or easily distracted, but now I know better. When someone frequently changes the subject during critical discussions, it's often because they're avoiding the truth. I experienced this firsthand in a past relationship. Every time I tried to discuss future plans, where we'd be in a year, our goals, even how we'd handle tough situations, the conversation would suddenly steer towards something totally unrelated, like dinner plans or a random funny story. I brushed it off at first, telling myself they were just uncomfortable with the topic, but deep down I knew something was wrong. Changing the subject isn't just a harmless shift in conversation, it's a tactic to dodge uncomfortable truths, and what I learned was that if someone truly respects you, they'll stay with you in those hard conversations. They won't take an escape route to avoid the issues. Sure, these topics can be uncomfortable, but genuine relationships are built on facing them head-on, not steering away. If you notice this in someone, it's okay to gently bring them back to the original topic. It might feel awkward, but it's a way of keeping them accountable. And if they continue to change the subject, take it as a sign. It's not about making them uncomfortable. It's about knowing that truth requires presence. Real conversations don't hide in the safety of unrelated topics. They're about facing what matters, even when it's tough. 5. Excessive justifications. One thing I've noticed about people who are hiding something is that they often feel the need to over-explain. Rather than giving a simple answer, they pile on details, making their story sound like they're trying a little too hard to be believable. I used to think that extra detail was a sign of openness, but over time I realized it can actually be a sign of deceit. Imagine asking someone a simple question like, "Why were you late?" And instead of a quick response, you get a long, drawn-out explanation. They start talking about every single red light, the traffic they hit, the exact sequence of events that led to them being late. It's like they're building a wall of words to cover something up. Now, I'm not saying everyone who over-explains is lying, but when explanations feel overly polished and rehearsed, it's worth paying attention. I once had a friend who did this constantly. Every time I asked them something small, they'd go into a monologue of justifications. At first, I thought they were just detail-oriented, but after a while, I started wondering why they felt the need to justify everything so thoroughly. It turned out they were hiding other things, using these justifications as a smokescreen to avoid suspicion. If you find someone excessively justifying their actions, ask yourself why. Honesty usually doesn't need a lot of padding. A straightforward answer is often enough. So if someone gives you an overly elaborate story, consider that it might be covering something up. Sometimes, the more people explain, the less they're actually telling you. Trust your gut on this one. 6. Vagueness when pressed for specifics. Nothing is more frustrating than trying to get a clear answer from someone who's being intentionally vague. You ask a direct question, expecting a straightforward answer, and instead you get something like, "Oh, things are moving along," or "We're in the early stages." It's like they're throwing words at you without giving you any real information. I used to think it was just their way of avoiding the question, but now I know that vagueness often points to something deeper. One time, I had a co-worker who loved talking about all the big projects they were working on, but whenever I'd ask for specifics, what companies they were collaborating with, the status of the project, they'd respond with these vague, almost poetic descriptions. No names, no facts, just a lot of empty words. Eventually, I found out that many of these projects were either stalled or completely fabricated. They relied on vague language to keep people from pressing further. Vagueness, I've learned, is a shield. People use it to avoid accountability because it's easier to backpedal on a vague statement than on a concrete detail. If someone truly has nothing to hide, they won't mind giving you specifics. So if you notice someone dodging details, take it as a sign. Ask a few follow-up questions. and if they keep dancing around the answer, there's likely a reason for it. Vagueness can seem harmless, but it's often a telltale sign of something being hidden. 7. Inconsistent stories. One of the easiest ways to spot a lie is by paying attention to inconsistencies in someone's story. If someone is telling the truth, their story usually stays the same, even when repeated. But when someone's lying, they tend to forget details or change parts of their story without realizing it. I've learned to notice these small changes because they often signal something bigger. Once, a friend told me about an amazing job offer they received, with all the perks and benefits. But the next time they brought it up, a few details had shifted. They mentioned a different job title, a new location, and even changed who had interviewed them. These were minor discrepancies, but they added up, making me question the entire story. Eventually, I found out they'd exaggerated parts of the offer, trying to make it sound better than it actually was. Inconsistent stories are like loose threads. Pull on them, and the whole thing starts to unravel. When you notice these discrepancies, don't ignore them. Ask for clarification and see if the story holds up. People who are telling the truth usually don't mind repeating themselves or correcting small details. But a liar's story is often inconsistent because they're trying to keep track of too many falsehoods. Consistency is a hallmark of honesty, so trust your instincts when things don't add up. 8. Defensiveness. Have you ever asked someone a simple question and been met with an over-the-top defensive reaction? I have, and it's almost always a sign that something's wrong. Defensiveness can be a natural response to criticism, but when it's an extreme reaction to a harmless question, it often means the person is hiding something. In college, I worked on a group project with someone who would react defensively every time I asked for an update. Even a casual, "How's it going with the report?" would set them off, accusing me of micromanaging or not trusting them. At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe they just didn't like being managed. But over time, I realized that their defensiveness was actually a sign of guilt. They hadn't been doing their part of the project and were trying to cover it up. People who are being honest don't usually feel the need to defend themselves so aggressively. They're calm, straightforward, and open. On the other hand, someone with something to hide will go into overdrive, turning the tables to make you feel like you're the one being intrusive. If you encounter this type of defensiveness, don't back down. Take it as a cue to look closer because, more often than not, it's a sign that something's being hidden. 9. Not listening. Listening is a basic part of communication, but many people don't truly listen. They're just waiting for their turn to speak. This isn't just a conversational faux pas. It can actually be a sign of deception. When someone's lying or hiding something, they often can't fully engage because they're preoccupied with managing their own narrative. I used to know someone who would nod and smile during conversations, but rarely responded in a way that made me feel heard. Whenever I'd ask them something important or try to discuss an issue, they'd give quick, shallow responses or change the topic entirely. At first I thought it was just their personality, but eventually I realized they were hiding things, using this lack of engagement as a way to avoid going deeper. Not listening isn't just disrespectful, it's a red flag. If someone truly values you and is being honest, they'll be engaged in the conversation, actively listening and responding meaningfully. But when they're checked out or only half listening, it's often because they're more focused on what they're hiding than on the actual discussion. Trust your intuition when someone isn't fully present. It's a clue that something might be off. 10. over-polished details. One of the biggest red flags I've learned to watch for is when someone's story sounds too perfect. Real life is messy and unpredictable. It rarely follows a flawless script. When someone's story is packed with overly polished details, it can be a sign that they've rehearsed it, constructing a perfect narrative to avoid suspicion. I once knew someone who loved telling stories that sounded like they were straight out of a movie. Everything was dramatic and timed to perfection, with every detail perfectly placed. They'd recount scenes with cinematic clarity, down to the exact time, weather, and background noise. I loved the stories at first, but then I started wondering how they could remember everything so perfectly. Eventually I found out they had exaggerated many parts, crafting these stories to sound more impressive. Over-polished stories can be captivating, but they're often too good to be true. Real memories are rarely flawless. They're filled with small imperfections. So if someone's story sounds like it was rehearsed for the big screen, take a step back. Ask a few clarifying questions and see how they respond. If the details start to unravel, it's likely that they're not being entirely truthful. People who have nothing to hide don't need their stories to be perfect. They just need them to be real. And so, we arrive at the end of this little exploration, our journey through the mysterious terrain of truth and deception. It's fascinating, isn't it? The subtle signs, the nuanced gestures, the half-hidden glances, all small ripples on the surface of a vast, complex human experience. Perhaps now you see that detecting a lie isn't about seeking to expose others or holding ourselves above them. Rather, it's about cultivating awareness, about learning to tune into the delicate dance of honesty and concealment that we all, in our own ways, participate in. In understanding these signs, you're not just learning how to spot a lie, you're inviting yourself to look more deeply, to be more present with others and, most importantly, with yourself. For isn't it true that the more we seek honesty in others, the more we must embrace it within ourselves? The masks we wear, the illusions we cling to, they're not just out there in the world of others. They're within us as well, woven into our own habits and fears. So, I encourage you to reflect. What have you seen in yourself and others that hints at a concealed truth? Where have you observed these small ripples, these delicate signs that speak louder than words? And what, if anything, will you do differently now that you know? Please share your thoughts. I'd love to know what you've discovered, what insights have arisen as we've delved into this strange and wonderful topic together. After all, understanding is something we build together. So, let's keep the conversation going and see where it leads.
10 disturbing signs. You're surrounded by fake people and how to deal with this problem. In a world filled with social connections, it's easy to mistake proximity for authenticity. Yet, some of the most harmful relationships in our lives come disguised as friendships. These individuals, whom we might call fake people, are not always overtly toxic. Instead, they erode trust and authenticity in subtle but destructive ways. They prioritize appearances, manipulate emotions, and often pursue their self-interest at the expense of others. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, keep company only with those who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best self. Why does recognizing fake people matter? It's not just about avoiding discomfort. These relationships can drain our mental energy, corrode our self-esteem, and distract us from meaningful pursuits. When we allow insincerity to linger in our lives, we compromise our peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of maintaining our inner tranquility by choosing carefully whom we let into our circle. He wrote, "The tranquility that comes when you stop caring what they say, or think, or do, only what you do matters." Spotting fake people is about reclaiming this tranquility. The purpose of this article is to help you identify the subtle yet disturbing signs of fake people in your life. Armed with this awareness, you can take purposeful action to protect yourself and nurture relationships that reflect mutual respect and authenticity. In doing so, you align yourself with the Stoic ideal of living a virtuous life, where your energy is channeled toward what truly matters, becoming the best version of yourself and fostering meaningful connections. Recognizing fake people isn't about fostering suspicion, but about practicing discernment. By learning to spot these toxic behaviors, you take a powerful step toward living a life of integrity and emotional freedom. 1. Excessive flattery that feels insincere or manipulative. Flattery, when sincere, can uplift and inspire, but when it's used as a tool for manipulation, it becomes a trap. Fake people often shower others with excessive praise, not to express genuine admiration, but to disarm or manipulate them. As Seneca observed, a flatterer is a friend who is your enemy in disguise. Their words may feel good in the moment, but their intentions are rooted in self-interest. Consider a colleague who constantly praises your work in meetings, but later undermines you to superiors, or a friend who compliments your appearance excessively, but expects favors in return. Their compliments feel hollow, as if they're saying what they think you want to hear, not what they truly believe. This behavior often reveals a lack of authenticity and a desire to manipulate your emotions for their gain. Stoicism teaches us to value truth over comfort. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." In the same vein, it's crucial to seek relationships built on honesty rather than superficial praise. When someone's flattery feels disproportionate or self-serving, pause and question their motives. True friends will offer encouragement grounded in sincerity, not manipulation. To protect yourself, focus on cultivating a strong sense of self-worth that doesn't depend on others' approval. When you value yourself for who you are, you become less susceptible to the allure of empty compliments. Instead, you'll recognize the deeper worth of those who support you with honesty and integrity. 2. Talking behind your back, but acting friendly in person. Few things are as damaging to trust as discovering that someone speaks poorly of you when you're not around. Fake people often maintain a facade of friendliness while sowing discord behind closed doors. This duplicity can leave you questioning your perception and doubting the authenticity of your relationships. Picture a co-worker who greets you warmly every day but criticizes your efforts to others, undermining your reputation. Or a friend who listens to your struggles only to share them as gossip in another circle. These actions reveal a fundamental lack of respect and loyalty. As Epictetus cautioned, first, learn the meaning of what you say and then speak. Stoic wisdom reminds us to guard our peace by aligning ourselves with those whose actions match their words. Marcus Aurelius advises, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." This is a powerful reminder to value truth over appearances. When faced with a two-faced individual, don't internalize their behavior as a reflection of your worth. Instead, recognize it as their failure to live virtuously. To address this, cultivate direct and honest communication. If you suspect someone of speaking behind your back, confront them calmly and assertively. A genuine person will respond with accountability, while a fake one will deflect or deny. Build relationships with those who value integrity and let go of connections that lack mutual respect. 3. Disappearing. When you need support, but showing up during your successes. True friends stand by your side through both triumphs and trials. Fake people, however, have a pattern of vanishing when the going gets tough, only to reappear when there's something to gain. Their loyalty is conditional, tied to how your circumstances benefit them. As Seneca noted, adversity is the truest touchstone of friendship. Imagine reaching out to someone during a personal crisis, only to be met with silence. Later, when you achieve a milestone or success, they're the first to show up, eager to share in the spotlight. Their behavior reveals a lack of genuine care. They value what you can offer them, not who you are. Stoicism teaches us to accept hardships as part of life's natural ebb and flow. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't be surprised. Everything in life is but what you make it." Similarly, the presence of fake people during difficult times shouldn't surprise you. Instead, let it sharpen your discernment. To protect yourself, pay attention to who remains during challenging moments. These are the people who value you unconditionally. Limit your emotional investment in those who disappear when you need them most. By focusing on authentic relationships, you free yourself from the disappointment of unmet expectations and align with Stoic principles of self-sufficiency and resilience. 4. Constantly competing with you or one-upping your experiences. A hallmark of fake people is their inability to celebrate your successes without feeling threatened. They often turn every conversation into a competition, diminishing your achievements to elevate their own. This behavior reflects insecurity and a need for validation at your expense. As Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "Be content with what you are and wish not for what you are not." Imagine sharing an exciting promotion only to hear, "That's nice, but when I was promoted, it was to an even higher position," or discussing a personal milestone only for them to immediately share a bigger accomplishment. Their focus isn't on you, but on how they can outshine you. Stoicism reminds us to focus on what is within our control, our own actions and thoughts. Comparing yourself to others or allowing their comparisons to affect you only leads to unnecessary suffering. As Epictetus taught, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Recognize that their behavior stems from their own struggles, not your inadequacy. To deal with these individuals, disengage from the competition they create. Avoid trying to match their one-upmanship and instead redirect the conversation to topics of mutual interest or genuine connection. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your successes as much as their own. By aligning with those who uplift rather than compete, you cultivate a community rooted in mutual respect and shared joy. 5. Showing little interest in your life unless it benefits them. Fake people often display selective interest. They'll engage with you only when they have something to gain. Conversations with them feel transactional, not mutual, leaving you feeling used rather than valued. Seneca captured this dynamic perfectly. Associate with people who are likely to improve you. Picture a friend who rarely asks about your life but becomes highly attentive when they need advice, resources, or connections. Once their needs are met, their interest in you quickly fades. This lack of reciprocity reveals their self-centered motives and undermines genuine connection. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate relationships based on shared virtue, not utility. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time on arguing what a good man should be one." True friends invest in your well-being because they care, not because they expect something in return. To address this, observe how others respond when you share your joys and struggles. Authentic friends will engage out of genuine interest, while fake ones will either redirect the conversation to themselves or lose interest. Limit your investment in relationships that lack reciprocity and focus on building connections with people who value you for who you are, not what you can provide. 6. Using gossip or lies to manipulate others' opinions about you. Fake people often rely on gossip and deceit to manipulate others' perceptions of you. They spread half-truths, twist facts, and sow seeds of doubt to undermine your reputation. This behavior reflects their insecurity and lack of integrity. As Epictetus said, the soul that is enslaved to its passions is tossed by the waves. Consider a co-worker who subtly criticizes you to your boss while maintaining a friendly demeanor toward you. Or a friend who spreads personal information you shared in confidence to create drama. These actions are not only hurtful, but also indicative of someone who lacks the moral character to build trust. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of aligning with people who practice virtue. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Fake people often fail this test, and their behavior reveals their character more than it damages yours. To protect yourself, avoid engaging in gossip yourself. By maintaining your integrity, you ensure that their lies hold less power. Confront manipulative individuals calmly and directly when necessary, but don't allow their actions to pull you into a cycle of negativity. Instead, focus on building relationships with individuals who value honesty and transparency. By doing so, you reinforce the Stoic ideal of a life rooted in virtue and resilience. 7. Fake apologies that lack sincerity and accountability. A fake person's apology is often a hollow performance designed to save face rather than make amends. They may say, "I'm sorry you feel that way," deflecting responsibility, or apologize simply to move past the issue without addressing the root cause. As Seneca observed, "What need is there to weep over parts of life? The whole of it calls for tears." A fake apology underscores the pain of insincere relationships. Consider a friend who dismisses your hurt feelings with, "I didn't mean it like that, but if it upset you, sorry." Their words lack genuine remorse or a commitment to change. Such apologies fail to repair trust or strengthen the bond. Instead, they reveal a deeper unwillingness to prioritize mutual respect and growth. Stoicism teaches us to value actions over words. As Marcus Aurelius advised, waste no more time talking about what a good man should be one. A sincere apology involves acknowledgement of harm, accountability, and a genuine effort to change. Fake apologies fail this test, revealing the person's lack of authenticity. To address this, don't let empty words pacify you. Respond by calmly expressing what you need from an apology, such as accountability and change. If the person continues offering insincerity, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship. Surround yourself with individuals who value integrity and are willing to take responsibility for their actions, as these are the foundations of meaningful connections. 8. Mimicking your behavior or interests to blend in or gain favor. Fake people often mimic your mannerisms, hobbies, or preferences to gain your trust or approval. While imitation can be flattering when rooted in admiration, it becomes unsettling when it's used manipulatively. Epictetus warned, "Know, first, who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Fake people, lacking this self-awareness, adopt others' identities to mask their own insecurities. Imagine a co-worker who suddenly shares your interests, or a friend who starts dressing, talking, or behaving just like you. At first, this might seem like a coincidence, but over time, it becomes clear that their mimicry is a strategy to gain acceptance or leverage. Stoicism teaches us to value authenticity above all. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be yourself, the world will adjust." Genuine relationships are built on mutual respect for each other's individuality, not on forced conformity. To protect yourself, observe whether this person also mirrors others or shifts their behavior depending on who they're with. If their mimicry feels manipulative, create boundaries and focus on authentic connections. Encourage others to embrace their true selves by doing so yourself. When you align with people who value individuality, you foster a community of authenticity and mutual respect. 9. emotionally draining interactions with little reciprocity. Fake people often engage in relationships that feel one-sided. They may lean on you for emotional support, but disappear when you need help. Interactions with them leave you feeling drained, as they take far more than they give. As Marcus Aurelius noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Fake people disrupt this quality by monopolizing your emotional energy. Consider a friend who constantly unloads their problems on you but dismisses your struggles or changes the subject when it's your turn to talk. Their behavior demonstrates a lack of empathy and reciprocity, hallmarks of an insincere relationship. Stoicism reminds us to guard our inner peace by avoiding unnecessary emotional burdens. Epictetus advised, "He who is not satisfied with a little is satisfied with nothing." Fake people often demand more of your time and energy than they're willing to return, leaving you perpetually unsatisfied. To address this, set clear boundaries. Limit the time and energy you devote to relationships that feel draining. Seek connections with people who offer emotional support and balance. By focusing on these authentic relationships, you can preserve your emotional well-being and create a network of mutual care. 10. Prioritizing appearances and status over genuine connection. For fake people, appearances often take precedence over authenticity. They prioritize how things look over how they feel, valuing social status and public image more than meaningful relationships. Seneca's words remind us of the folly in this. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. Fake people's obsession with appearances stems from their own insecurities, not genuine value. Imagine a friend who only spends time with you in public, ensuring they're seen with you at social events, but avoiding deeper, private conversations. Or a colleague who flatters you in meetings, but ignores you otherwise. Their actions are about optics, not connection. Stoicism teaches us to focus on substance over form. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be satisfied with what you have and accept the present moment." Genuine relationships thrive on mutual understanding and shared values, not superficial displays of success or popularity. To protect yourself, recognize when someone's actions are more about performance than connection. Prioritize relationships that value honesty and depth over appearances. Surround yourself with people who see your worth beyond status or social clout. By doing so, you align with the Stoic ideal of living a life grounded in authenticity and virtue. Solutions and how to protect yourself. Recognizing fake people in your life is only the first step. The real challenge lies in protecting yourself from their toxic influence while fostering authentic connections. Stoic wisdom offers practical strategies to navigate these challenges with clarity and resilience. 1. Identify and limit interactions. Epictetus reminds us, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Once you identify fake people, consciously limit your exposure to their negativity. This doesn't always mean cutting them off completely. Sometimes, especially with co-workers or family members, that's impractical. Instead, create emotional boundaries. For example, avoid sharing personal details with those who have betrayed your trust and engage with them only when necessary. 2. Communicate directly and assertively. Fake people often thrive on ambiguity, so clear, assertive communication can disarm their tactics. If someone exhibits toxic behaviors, address it calmly and firmly. Marcus Aurelius advises, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. Approach conversations with compassion, but stand firm in expressing your boundaries. For instance, if a friend constantly gossips, tell them, "I'm uncomfortable discussing others this way." 3. Build a strong support system. A community of authentic, supportive individuals is a powerful antidote to the effects of fake relationships. Seek out people who align with your values and demonstrate loyalty and empathy. Seneca encourages us to associate with people who are likely to improve you. Invest your energy in these relationships and let them reinforce your sense of belonging and self-worth. 4. Practice self-care and emotional resilience. Fake people can drain your emotional reserves, making self-care essential. Marcus Aurelius advises, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Focus on activities that nurture your well-being, such as journaling, meditation, or engaging in hobbies that bring you joy. Strengthen your inner world so you rely less on external validation. 5. Seek professional guidance when necessary. If fake people have caused significant emotional harm, don't hesitate to seek help. A therapist or counselor can provide tools to navigate these challenges and help you heal. Stoicism doesn't mean handling everything alone. It encourages wisdom in seeking the right resources for growth and recovery. By following these steps, you align with the Stoic principle of cultivating a life rooted in virtue and authenticity. You not only protect yourself from the influence of fake people, but also pave the way for deeper, more meaningful connections. Identifying fake people in your life is not about fostering distrust, but about practicing discernment to protect your peace and well-being. Stoicism reminds us that our inner tranquility depends on the quality of our relationships. As Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By removing toxic influences and nurturing genuine connections, you create space for growth, resilience, and joy. Recap the signs. Excessive flattery, duplicity, emotional one-sidedness, and a focus on appearances are just a few of the red flags to watch for. Recognizing these behaviors allows you to limit their impact and make room for relationships that truly matter. Remember, you are the guardian of your own well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with people who may improve you and welcome those whom you may improve. Surround yourself with people who uplift, challenge, and inspire you. Finally, embrace your self-worth. You deserve relationships built on trust, honesty, and mutual care. By fostering authenticity in yourself and others, you not only protect your emotional health, but also build a life of deeper meaning and connection. Take this wisdom to heart and let it guide you. Your time and energy are precious. Invest them wisely. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like the video. It really helps spread this message to others who might need it. Subscribe to the channel for more insights on relationships, personal growth, and wisdom inspired by timeless philosophies. And of course, if you think someone in your life could benefit from this, don't hesitate to share it with them. Your support means the world and helps us continue creating content that empowers and inspires. Thank you for being part of this community, and remember, always choose authenticity and protect your peace. See you in the next video.
Here are 10 powerful ways to recognize envy and falsehood in others, because not everyone cheering for you is truly on your side. Think about this. Have you ever shared a personal win, only to notice someone's smile fade, their tone shift, or hear a subtle dig disguised as advice? Envy doesn't always show up in obvious ways. It hides in small, calculated behaviors. And spotting falsehood can be even trickier. It often lurks behind exaggerated praise, unwarranted criticism, or suspicious silence. If you felt the sting of insincere support or sensed someone secretly competing with you, this video will give you the clarity to identify these patterns and protect your peace. We're diving deep into real-life examples, actionable insights, and the psychology behind envy and falsehood. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these subtle signs, but also know how to respond with confidence and grace. Let's uncover the truth together and strengthen your relationships while staying true to your path. 1. Subtle criticism disguised as advice. I once shared my excitement about launching a new project with a colleague. Instead of offering encouragement, they said, "That's ambitious, but are you sure you can handle it? It might be too much for someone with your experience." At first, I brushed it off as concern, but over time I realized this wasn't an isolated incident. Each time I brought up a new idea or accomplishment, they had a similar reaction, couching doubt as advice. Subtle criticism disguised as advice often comes from people who feel threatened by your progress. Instead of directly putting you down, they cloak their envy in seemingly well-meaning suggestions. For instance, imagine telling a friend about your goal to start a fitness routine. Instead of cheering you on, they might say, "That's great, but don't get your hopes up. It's really hard to stick to a plan." This type of comment plants seeds of self-doubt while appearing supportive. These behaviors can also show up in personal relationships. A friend of mine shared how, when she was planning her wedding, her cousin constantly offered advice that undermined her choices. Comments like, "Those flowers are nice, but wouldn't something simpler suit you better?" made her second-guess decisions she'd been happy with before. The key to recognizing this subtle envy is to look for patterns. Does the person habitually cast doubt on your ideas or achievements under the guise of helping? Genuine advice is constructive and uplifting, even when it points out challenges. In contrast, envious remarks often leave you feeling deflated or uncertain. Recognizing this behavior helps you build resilience. Learn to trust your instincts and differentiate between genuine support and masked negativity. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth instead of subtly questioning it. 2. Downplaying your achievements. When I landed my first significant promotion, I was ecstatic and shared the news with a group of friends. Most were thrilled for me, but one friend responded with, "Oh, promotions are nice, but it's not like you're running the company." The comment stung. It wasn't outright negative, but it clearly aimed to minimize my success. People who downplay your achievements often feel threatened by your progress. Instead of celebrating with you, they shift the focus away from your success or frame it as less impressive. For example, if you've just completed a marathon, they might say, "A lot of people do marathons these days. It's not that rare anymore." These remarks often reflect their internal struggle with feelings of inadequacy or envy. Another instance came from a relative of mine. When I told her I had started a YouTube channel and was gaining subscribers, she replied, "You know, anyone can start a YouTube channel these days. The real challenge is making money from it." While technically true, her comment didn't acknowledge my accomplishment. It was a subtle way of bringing me down. This behavior also appears in workplace dynamics. A colleague might say, "That's a good idea, but isn't it just a variation of something we've done before?" Or, "Congrats on the award, but didn't the whole team contribute?" These remarks diminish your effort and success, leaving you questioning the validity of your achievements. The best way to handle this is to recognize that their reaction is about them, not you. Stay proud of your accomplishments, regardless of others' attempts to downplay them. Share your wins with people who genuinely appreciate and encourage your growth. And remember that your achievements are valid, no matter how others try to frame them. 3. Excessive flattery. I once worked with someone who always seemed overly complimentary. Every time I completed even the smallest task, they would say things like, "Wow, you're absolutely brilliant. I don't know how you do it." At first, it felt great. Who doesn't enjoy praise? But over time, the exaggeration felt insincere and even manipulative. Excessive flattery can be a tool for envious individuals to mask their true feelings or intentions. They might use it to gain your trust or deflect suspicion about their envy. For example, a friend might gush over how perfect your relationship is, saying, "You two are the ideal couple. I wish I had what you have," while simultaneously criticizing your partner behind your back. Their flattery becomes a cover for their underlying resentment. In professional settings, this behavior can be even more calculated. A colleague may overpraise your ideas during meetings. "This is revolutionary. You're a genius," only to later subtly sabotage your efforts by withholding information or spreading doubt about your capabilities. Their goal is to inflate your confidence temporarily while keeping you off balance. Excessive flattery often lacks specificity. Genuine compliments focus on particular actions or qualities, such as, "Your presentation was so engaging, especially how you broke down the complex data." In contrast, insincere praise is vague and overgeneralized, like, "You're just amazing at everything." To handle this, pay attention to patterns and consistency. Are their actions aligned with their words, or do they behave differently when you're not around? Balance is key. While genuine praise is uplifting, over-the-top flattery often signals hidden motives. Surround yourself with people who provide honest, balanced feedback, and trust your instincts when something feels off. True supporters uplift you without resorting to extremes. 4. Withholding praise. A few years ago, I completed a challenging project at work. It required long hours, creative problem-solving, and significant collaboration. When it was finished, I received praise from my manager and most of my team, but one colleague said nothing. No acknowledgement, no good job, just silence. I noticed this wasn't the first time they had failed to recognize my efforts, even though they freely praised others. Withholding praise is a subtle sign of envy. Instead of celebrating your success, envious people remain silent, often to avoid giving you the validation you've earned. For example, when you share exciting news, such as getting a promotion or buying your first home, they might respond with indifference or quickly change the subject, refusing to engage with your accomplishment. I've also seen this dynamic play out in friendships. A friend of mine, who had recently started a fitness journey, shared her progress on social media. She had lost 10 kilograms and was feeling healthier than ever. While most of her friends congratulated her, one remained conspicuously silent. Later, this person privately dismissed her success, saying, "It's easy to lose weight when you have free time. Not everyone can do that." Instead of celebrating her effort, they downplayed it and withheld any form of encouragement. In professional environments, withholding praise can be a form of passive competition. A colleague may avoid recognizing your contributions in meetings, even when your work directly benefits them. This silence often stems from insecurity. They believe acknowledging your achievements diminishes their own. The best way to handle this behavior is to recognize it for what it is, a reflection of their struggles, not your worth. Don't let their silence overshadow your accomplishments. Celebrate your wins and focus on relationships with people who genuinely support and uplift you. 5. Spreading gossip. A few years ago, I worked on a high-stakes project where I was chosen as the team lead. Shortly after the announcement, I started hearing whispers about how I got the role. "I heard they're just lucky," someone said, while another suggested I must have had inside connections. These rumors weren't just false. They were designed to undermine my credibility and create doubt about my abilities. Spreading gossip is a classic behavior of envious individuals. Unable to celebrate your success, they try to tarnish your reputation through rumors or exaggerated stories. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might tell others, "I'm not sure they deserved it. I heard the manager just likes them personally." Their goal is to shift attention away from your hard work and sow seeds of doubt among others. I've also seen this happen in social settings. A friend of mine started a thriving side business, which quickly gained recognition. Instead of celebrating her success, an acquaintance began spreading rumors like, "She must have had financial help from her family. There's no way she built that on her own." Such gossip undermined her credibility and subtly discouraged others from supporting her business. The workplace is another hotspot for gossip. When you excel, envious colleagues may spread misinformation, such as claiming your success is due to favoritism or implying you cut corners. This not only affects your confidence, but can also damage relationships with others who hear and believe the gossip. The best way to handle gossip is to confront it with professionalism and transparency. Focus on maintaining a strong track record and building trust with those who matter. Avoid engaging in the same behavior and surround yourself with people who value truth and integrity. Over time, your consistent actions will outweigh baseless rumors. 6. Unwarranted competition. During my early career, I worked alongside a colleague who seemed determined to turn everything into a competition. If I shared a small win, like successfully closing a deal, they would immediately counter with, "Oh, I closed 3 deals this week." It wasn't just about sharing their accomplishments, it was about overshadowing mine. Whether it was work-related achievements, fitness goals, or even personal hobbies, they always seemed to frame my success as less significant than theirs. Unwarranted competition is a hallmark of envy. Instead of celebrating your achievements, envious individuals try to one-up you to validate their own worth. For instance, if you mention completing a 10K run, they might reply, "That's great, but I've done a half marathon," even if the conversation wasn't about comparisons. Their competitiveness often feels unnecessary and exhausting. This behavior isn't confined to professional settings. In friendships, I've seen someone compete over parenting milestones. A friend shared how proud she was of her toddler learning to walk, only to hear another parent respond, "That's nice, but my child was walking at 9 months." It wasn't about support. It was about claiming superiority. Unwarranted competition can also manifest as subtle rivalry. For example, a colleague might intentionally take on similar projects to outperform you or replicate your ideas to claim credit. Their focus isn't on collaboration or mutual growth, but on proving they're better. The best way to address unwarranted competition is to set boundaries. Recognize that their behavior stems from insecurity and is not a reflection of your value. Avoid engaging in their competitive dynamic, and instead stay focused on your own progress. Celebrate your achievements without seeking validation from those who constantly compare themselves to you. True success lies in collaboration, not rivalry. 7. Feigning support. I once shared an ambitious goal with a friend to run a 21K marathon after years of not training. At first, they seemed supportive, saying things like, "That's a great goal, you've got this." But over time, their true feelings started to show in subtle ways. They'd say, "Don't push yourself too hard, you don't want to get injured," or "Honestly, I don't think you'll have time to prepare with your schedule." Their words sounded caring, but they left me feeling more discouraged than motivated. Feigning support is a deceptive form of envy. The person appears to encourage you outwardly, but undermines you with subtle doubt or negativity. For example, if you're starting a new business, they might say, "That's such an exciting idea. But have you thought about how hard it is to succeed in that industry?" Most people fail. While the surface comment seems helpful, their intention is to shake your confidence. In workplace settings, this behavior can be even more damaging. A colleague may initially back your project saying, "I think it's a solid idea," but then subtly criticize it to others or fail to provide the promised support. This creates roadblocks for you while allowing them to maintain the appearance of being helpful. In personal relationships, this dynamic can be draining. A family member might encourage you to pursue a dream like going back to school, but consistently point out obstacles. "It's wonderful that you want to study, but won't it be hard to juggle everything with kids?" The best way to handle feigned support is to trust your instincts. If their support leaves you feeling less capable, it's likely not genuine. Surround yourself with people whose encouragement uplifts you and fuels your motivation. Genuine supporters inspire confidence, not doubt. 8. Mood swings around your success. I remember a time when I shared some exciting news with a close acquaintance. I had just landed a dream job. At first, they seemed happy, congratulating me with a smile. But as the conversation continued, their demeanor shifted. They became quieter, less enthusiastic, and even a little distant. It was as though my success had triggered something in them, and they could no longer maintain their initial excitement. Mood swings around your success are a subtle yet telling sign of envy. While they may start with a cheerful facade, their true feelings often surface as discomfort, irritation, or withdrawal. For example, when you announce you've bought a new home, they might initially say, "That's amazing," but then quickly change the subject or seem disinterested in the details. Their reaction isn't about you, it's about their struggle to process your achievement. This behavior is also common in professional environments. A colleague might praise your promotion in a team meeting, but later avoid you or seem resentful during one-on-one interactions. Their mood shift reveals they're in a conflict. They want to appear supportive, but feel threatened or jealous deep down. In friendships, this can manifest when someone reacts positively to your personal milestones, like getting engaged or starting a new venture, but soon after becomes distant or starts highlighting their own struggles, as if to regain attention. The key to handling this is to maintain perspective. Their reaction is about their internal struggles, not your worth. While it's natural to want genuine support, not everyone can provide it. Surround yourself with people who can celebrate your success wholeheartedly. At the same time, practice empathy. Sometimes their discomfort reflects their own feelings of inadequacy, and your success might inspire them later. Stay focused on your path, regardless of their fluctuating emotions. 9. Mirroring behavior. When I started a new fitness routine a few years ago, I noticed a curious pattern with a friend. After I began sharing my progress, new exercises, goals, and achievements, they suddenly started doing the exact same things. They'd join the same gym, post similar updates, and even copy the specific workout programs I was following. At first I thought it was a coincidence or that I had inspired them, but over time it felt less like admiration and more like competition. Mirroring behavior is a subtle sign of envy, where someone imitates your actions, achievements, or style in an attempt to match or surpass you. While imitation is sometimes flattering, in this context, it often feels forced or disingenuous. For example, if you launch a creative project like a blog or YouTube channel, they might suddenly create a similar one. Instead of supporting your journey, they're trying to replicate it, often to compete or draw attention to themselves. I've seen this happen professionally too. When I pitched a new idea at work, a colleague soon presented a nearly identical concept as their own, tweaking it just enough to make it seem original. Their mirroring wasn't about collaboration, it was about claiming recognition. In personal relationships, it can be even more pronounced. A friend might start dressing similarly, adopting your hobbies, or mimicking your lifestyle choices. While they may claim it's because they admire you, the underlying intention often involves competing for validation or attention. To handle this, maintain confidence in your unique path. Remember, their attempts to replicate you are a sign of their admiration mixed with insecurity. Avoid letting their behavior affect your self-esteem or progress. Authenticity always outshines imitation, and staying true to yourself will keep you ahead of the curve. 10. Exaggerated complaints about fairness. I once worked with a colleague who constantly complained about fairness, especially when someone else was recognized for their efforts. When I received an award for a project, they made comments like, "It's nice you got that, but let's be honest, it's probably just because you're closer to the manager." Instead of acknowledging the work I had put in, they framed my success as the result of favoritism or luck. Exaggerated complaints about fairness are a classic sign of envy. People with this mindset often attribute others' achievements to external factors, rather than recognizing their effort or skill. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might say, "Well, it's only because they needed to fill a quota," or "That's just because you've been here longer, not because you're the best at the job." In social settings, this behavior can appear as subtle digs. If you share news of a personal milestone, like buying a car or taking a dream vacation, they might respond with, "Must be nice to have that kind of money. Some of us don't get those breaks." These comments are designed to downplay your hard work and position themselves as victims of an unfair system. This behavior can also emerge in group dynamics. For example, someone may feel entitled to recognition in team projects, claiming, "I did just as much work as they did, but I didn't get any credit." While fairness is important, envious individuals often exaggerate or misinterpret situations to justify their frustration. The best way to handle these complaints is to stay grounded in your truth. Don't feel pressured to justify your achievements. Instead, focus on your effort and results, and surround yourself with people who understand and appreciate the value of hard work. Their exaggerated complaints are a reflection of their insecurity, not your success. Recognizing envy and falsehood in others is a vital skill for protecting your peace and maintaining healthy relationships. By understanding these 10 signs, you're now equipped to navigate these challenges with clarity and confidence. Remember, the behavior of others reflects their struggles, not your worth. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more insights on personal growth and relationships. I'd love to hear from you. What signs of envy or falsehood have you encountered in your life? How did you handle them? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Your stories might just inspire someone else. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. True wisdom is vast and cannot be fully understood or possessed by one person alone. It requires collective understanding and sharing. It takes a whole village to raise a child. Raising a child is a communal effort that involves the support and guidance of the entire community, not just the parents. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Working alone may yield quick results, but teamwork and collaboration lead to sustainable, long-term success. The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Neglected individuals may resort to drastic measures to gain attention or a sense of belonging. However long the night, the dawn will break. No matter how difficult or dark a situation is, it will eventually pass and give way to better times. The fool speaks, the wise man listens. Wisdom often involves listening and understanding before speaking, whereas foolishness is marked by hasty, uninformed speech. A bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. When there is no enemy within, the enemies outside cannot hurt you. Inner peace and self-confidence make external threats less harmful. You learn how to cut down trees by cutting them down. Practical experience is the best teacher. You learn by doing. Rain does not fall on one roof alone. Hardships and blessings are shared experiences that affect many people, not just one individual. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Those who resort to violence often do so because they lack the ability or willingness to engage in rational discourse. Do not look where you fell, but where you slipped. Focus on understanding the cause of your mistakes rather than the consequences. To try and fail is not laziness. Making an effort, even if it results in failure, is commendable and not the same as being lazy. A child's fingers are not scalded by a piece of hot yam which its mother puts into its palm. Parents or guardians often protect their children from harm, even in challenging situations. A chattering bird builds no nest. Talking too much without action leads to unaccomplished goals. Wisdom does not come overnight. Gaining wisdom is a gradual process that takes time and experience. He who learns, teaches. Knowledge is meant to be shared, and those who learn should also teach others. A single bracelet does not jingle. One person's efforts or actions may go unnoticed. Collaboration amplifies impact. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Resorting to violence often indicates a fear of logical argument or persuasion. If you think you are too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night with a mosquito. Even the smallest actions can have a significant impact. Knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. Knowledge requires nurturing and continuous effort to be useful and beneficial. So, a bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. He who refuses to obey cannot command. To lead effectively, one must also know how to follow and respect authority. The axe forgets, but the tree remembers. Those who cause harm may forget their actions, but those who are harmed remember. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. And seeing is different from being told.
Experiencing something firsthand is more impactful and convincing than hearing about it secondhand. One who loves you warns you. True care and concern often come with honest warnings and advice. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. There is no medicine to cure hatred. Hatred is a deep-rooted emotion that cannot be easily remedied or cured. You do not teach the paths of the forest to an old gorilla. Experienced individuals do not need to be taught what they already know well.
Here are 12 reasons you must know why people secretly hate you. Ignoring these could cost you relationships, opportunities, and even your peace of mind. What if their resentment isn't random but stems from subtle actions you never realized you were making? Or worse, what if their dislike has nothing to do with you at all, yet still poisons the way they treat you? These hidden reasons are more common than you think, and failing to recognize them could leave you blindsided when it matters most. But it doesn't have to be this way. In this video, we'll explore 12 surprising reasons why people secretly hate you, backed by timeless Stoic wisdom. Each one will not only open your eyes to these invisible dynamics, but also empower you with practical tools to navigate them. By the end, you'll be armed with the clarity and confidence to protect your peace and rise above negativity. Let's begin. 1. Rumors and gossip. I remember the first time I realized how damaging gossip could be. It was during a tough period in my life when I worked hard to establish my reputation in a new job. Things were going well until I overheard whispers that painted me in a completely different light. Someone had shared a rumor, twisting my words and intentions, and suddenly I felt like I was walking on eggshells around everyone. People avoided me, and I could see the change in their expressions. It hurt deeply because the story wasn't true, but I had no way to stop it. At first, I wanted to confront the person who started it, to set the record straight, but something inside me held back. I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control what others said or believed. That's when I turned to a piece of Stoic wisdom from Marcus Aurelius. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. I decided to focus on living in a way that proved the rumors wrong, letting my actions speak louder than any gossip. It wasn't easy. There were days when I wanted to scream, "That's not who I am," but instead I kept showing up with integrity, doing my best and staying kind, even to the person who had wronged me. Over time, people began to see the truth for themselves. The rumor lost its power, and the respect I gained by staying composed outweighed the temporary damage. I learned something valuable through that experience. Gossip is like a wildfire, quick to spread, but easily extinguished by the steady rain of truth. People may talk, but their words don't define who you are. Your actions do. Now, when I hear rumors about myself or others, I remind myself of that lesson. I stay calm, focus on my values, and refuse to let the negativity of others dictate my self-worth. If anything, the experience taught me to be more mindful of how I speak about others. Words are powerful, and I choose to use mine to build others up, not tear them down. And when I focus on my truth, gossip becomes just noise in the background of a meaningful life. 92. Fear of change and resistance to growth. I've noticed that not everyone is thrilled when you start to grow or improve yourself. This realization hit me hard during a time when I decided to make some big changes in my life. I wanted to focus on my health, so I stopped drinking and started prioritizing exercise. and better eating habits. I was excited and proud of my progress, but not everyone around me shared that enthusiasm. Some friends made subtle comments like, "Oh, so you're too good for us now," or "You've changed." At first, it stung. I wanted them to see that my growth wasn't about them. It was about becoming a better version of myself. But instead of support, I felt resistance. It was confusing and disheartening. Why couldn't they just be happy for me? That's when I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's words. Observe constantly that all things take place by change. It reminded me that change is natural, even necessary, and not everyone is ready to embrace it. When we grow, it often shines a light on the areas where others feel stuck. It's not that they hate you, they hate the reminder that they're not moving forward themselves. I started to approach these situations differently. Instead of feeling hurt or defensive, I tried to understand their perspective. Maybe they were scared of being left behind or afraid to confront their own need for change. I also reminded myself that their feelings were outside my control. What I could control was my response, and I chose to keep growing. I stopped apologizing for my progress. I learned to let go of relationships that felt more like anchors than sails. Most importantly, I realized that true friends will celebrate your evolution, not resist it. And those who don't? They're fighting their own battles, and that's okay. Now, whenever I face resistance to my growth, I think of it as a compliment in disguise. It means I'm doing something right. Change is uncomfortable, not just for me, but for those watching, and that's part of the process. The best thing I can do is keep moving forward, living authentically, and inspiring others to do the same, whether they're ready for it or not. 3. Misunderstandings and ineffective communication. I can't count the number of times a simple misunderstanding has caused unnecessary tension in my relationships. One incident sticks out clearly. I was texting a friend about meeting up, and I replied with a short, "Sure, whatever works." To me, it was casual and flexible, but to them, it sounded cold and dismissive. The next time we talked, they were distant, and I couldn't figure out why until they brought up the text. It shocked me how something so small had been interpreted so differently from how I intended. That moment taught me a valuable lesson. The way we express ourselves and how others perceive it are often two very different things. Miscommunication isn't just about words. It's about tone, timing, and even body language. A misplaced word or a misunderstood look can create walls of resentment before we even realize it. Stoic wisdom has been a guide here. Epictetus once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." That advice has helped me approach communication more thoughtfully. When conflicts arise, I try to step back and consider, what did they hear versus what I meant to say? This mindset has been a game changer in resolving misunderstandings before they escalate. Now, I make a conscious effort to clarify my intentions, especially in sensitive situations. I've also learned the value of asking questions rather than making assumptions. If someone seems upset, I'll ask, "Did I say something that upset you?" Or, "How did that come across to you?" This openness has helped me bridge gaps and avoid unnecessary resentment. Of course, misunderstandings still happen. It's part of being human. But I've found that practicing active listening and showing empathy can make all the difference. When I take the time to hear someone out, even when I disagree, it shows that I value their perspective. Most conflicts rooted in miscommunication can be resolved with patience and a willingness to understand. Looking back, I realize that many of my past conflicts could have been avoided with better communication. It's not always easy, but striving for clarity and compassion in my interactions has strengthened my relationships and brought more peace into my life. 4. Envy and jealousy. I used to think that if I worked hard and treated people with kindness, I'd naturally earn their support and goodwill. But life has a funny way of proving otherwise. I'll never forget when I received a promotion at work that I had worked tirelessly for. Instead of celebrating with me, one of my closest colleagues became distant and cold. At first, I thought I'd done something wrong, but over time, it became clear. It wasn't about me at all. It was about them. Envy and jealousy are strange emotions. They can turn admiration into contempt and respect into resentment. Stoicism gave me a new lens to view this. Marcus Aurelius said, "Don't worry about things outside your control." And the truth is, someone else's envy is entirely outside my control. I didn't create their feelings. Their dissatisfaction with their own life did. My success simply held up a mirror to their insecurities. It's not easy to deal with envy, especially when it comes from people you care about. At first, I tried to shrink myself, downplaying my achievements to avoid making them uncomfortable, but that only made me feel small and diminished my hard-earned success. Over time, I realized that hiding my light wasn't the answer. Instead, I began to focus on staying grounded in my values, working hard, being kind, and supporting others in their journeys. When I encounter envy now, I remind myself that it's not a reflection of who I am, but of what the other person is struggling with. I also try to respond with compassion. Instead of taking their behavior personally, I look for ways to encourage and uplift them, showing them that my success doesn't take away from theirs. Envy is a powerful emotion, but it's one that people must deal with on their own terms. My role is to keep moving forward, staying true to my path, and not letting others' insecurities hold me back. In the end, I've learned that my achievements don't just belong to me. They're also opportunities to inspire others, even if they don't see it that way right away. And that perspective keeps me focused on the bigger picture. 5. Lack of recognition. One of the most painful experiences I've had was feeling invisible in a group where I worked so hard to contribute. I poured hours of effort into a project, ensuring every detail was perfect, only to watch someone else get all the credit. I smiled politely, but inside I felt a sharp sting of bitterness. Why didn't anyone notice what I had done? Why was my effort so easily overlooked? It's a natural human desire to want recognition for our hard work. When that acknowledgement doesn't come, it can breed resentment and even anger, not just toward those who overlooked us, but also toward anyone who seems to receive the recognition we crave. But the more I've studied Stoic philosophy, the more I've realized that seeking validation from others is a fragile foundation for happiness. Epictetus reminds us, don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose. Recognition from others is fleeting and often influenced by factors beyond our control. I've learned that the key to overcoming this sense of invisibility lies in shifting my focus inward. Instead of seeking external validation, I now strive to find fulfillment in the work itself. Did I do my best? Did I act with integrity? If the answer is yes, then I know my effort has value, even if no one else acknowledges it. That's not to say I don't still feel the pang of being overlooked sometimes. It's human. but I've also learned the importance of speaking up for myself when appropriate. Sometimes people simply aren't aware of what you've contributed, and a gentle reminder can make all the difference. Other times, I've had to accept that not everyone will notice or appreciate my work, and that's okay too. Now, when I feel underappreciated, I remind myself why I do what I do. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to grow, to learn, and to contribute meaningfully to whatever I'm part of. By focusing on those internal rewards, I found a deeper sense of peace and purpose, and that's something no one can take away from me. 6. Competition and rivalry. I used to think of competition as purely motivational, something that pushed everyone to do better, but I've learned that competition can easily shift from a healthy drive to a toxic rivalry, especially when emotions like insecurity and jealousy get involved. One experience stands out vividly. A colleague and I were both working toward the same promotion. At first, it felt like friendly competition, but as the deadline approached, the dynamic changed. They started undermining me subtly, questioning my ideas in meetings, and even spreading rumors about my work ethic. I was shocked and hurt. I had always seen competition as a way for both parties to improve, not as a reason to tear each other down. For a while, I let their actions consume me. I started doubting myself, wondering if I should retaliate or try to outplay them. But then I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. What stands in the way becomes the way. That quote shifted my mindset completely. I realized that the rivalry wasn't just an obstacle. It was an opportunity to focus on my own values and growth. Instead of engaging in their negativity, I decided to concentrate on what I could control, doing my best work with integrity. I stopped comparing myself to them and redirected my energy into proving my worth through my actions. When I took my focus off the competition and put it back on self-improvement, I found clarity and peace. I couldn't control their behavior, but I could control how I responded. The promotion eventually went to me, but by the time it did, my perspective had shifted. Winning wasn't about beating them. It was about staying true to my principles. Looking back, I'm grateful for that experience. It taught me that toxic competition doesn't have to pull you down. It can be a chance to rise above and reaffirm your values. Now, I approach rivalry differently. I see it as a tool for growth rather than a battle to win. When competition arises, I remind myself that another person's success doesn't diminish mine, and there's room for everyone to thrive. That mindset has not only made me more resilient, but also helped me build healthier, more respectful relationships, even with those I once considered rivals. 7. Personal insecurities and projection. I didn't fully understand the power of personal insecurities until I found myself on the receiving end of someone's misplaced hostility. A co-worker, who always seemed friendly enough, suddenly started acting cold and dismissive toward me. They would roll their eyes during meetings when I spoke or dismiss my ideas without much consideration. It baffled me. What had I done to deserve this? After weeks of frustration, a mutual friend confided in me. The co-worker felt threatened by my recent success in a project they had wanted to lead. At first, I took their behavior personally. I questioned myself. Was I being too assertive? Did I unintentionally overshadow them? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized their hostility wasn't about me. It was about their own insecurities. They were projecting their feelings of inadequacy onto me, using me as a scapegoat for their internal struggles. Stoic wisdom offered clarity. Seneca once said, we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. This reminded me that their perception of me was rooted in their fears, not in who I actually was. Instead of letting their negativity consume me, I chose to respond with empathy. I didn't confront them or call them out. Instead, I focused on staying consistent in my behavior, kind, collaborative, and respectful. I also started seeing their actions as a reflection of their struggles rather than an attack on me. It shifted my perspective entirely. Their resentment didn't mean I was in the wrong. It meant they were grappling with feelings of inadequacy, and my success had unintentionally triggered those emotions. Now, when I encounter similar situations, I remind myself of this lesson. Everyone has insecurities, and sometimes they manifest as negativity toward others. It's not my job to fix their feelings, but it is my responsibility to maintain my integrity. Instead of taking it personally, I choose to focus on my own growth while extending understanding to those who might be projecting their struggles. This mindset has helped me approach conflicts with more compassion and less frustration. It's a reminder that what others see in you often has more to do with what they feel about themselves, and that's their battle, not yours. 8. Lack of empathy and understanding. I used to believe that if I treated people with kindness and fairness, they'd naturally do the same in return. But over time, I realized that not everyone sees the world through the same lens. One particular experience drove this home for me. I had a disagreement with a teammate on a project. I thought I had been clear and reasonable, but they took my comments as a personal attack. Instead of talking it out, they began avoiding me, and eventually spreading negativity about me to others. At first, I was frustrated and confused. I couldn't understand how they had misunderstood my intentions so badly. But then it hit me. They weren't seeing the situation from my perspective. They had interpreted my words through the filter of their own experiences and insecurities, just as I might have done in their shoes. It wasn't malice, it was a lack of empathy and understanding. Stoicism has taught me a lot about this dynamic. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" That piece of wisdom shifted my thinking. Instead of getting defensive, I began to reflect on how I might also misinterpret others or fail to empathize in certain situations. I decided to approach the teammate with humility and openness. I apologized for any misunderstanding and explained my intentions clearly, without blaming them. It wasn't an instant fix, but over time, the relationship improved. That experience taught me that many conflicts stem from a lack of mutual understanding, not outright hostility. Since then, I've made empathy a priority in my interactions. When someone seems upset or distant, I ask myself, what might they be going through that I don't see? I've learned to listen more, judge less, and give people the benefit of the doubt. It doesn't mean excusing bad behavior, but it does mean approaching situations with compassion and a willingness to bridge the gap. Empathy isn't always easy, but it's essential for building stronger, healthier connections. By practicing it, I've found that I'm not just better at resolving conflicts, I'm also better at avoiding them in the first place. And that's a win for everyone involved. 9. The influence of social expectations. I'll never forget the first time I realized how powerful social expectations could be in shaping how others perceive us. When I decided to pursue an unconventional career path, People I thought would support me instead started treating me differently. Some questioned my choices outright, while others seemed to distance themselves. It was subtle, but unmistakable. Their disappointment and judgment came not from who I was, but from the fact that I wasn't living up to what they believed I should do. At first, I felt a deep sense of frustration. I wanted to explain myself, to justify my decisions and prove that my path was valid. But then I asked myself a simple question: who am I really living for? This reflection brought me back to a core principle of Stoicism. Epictetus said, "It is not the things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about these things." Their judgments weren't the problem. It was how much I allowed those judgments to affect me. I realized that their discomfort wasn't really about me. My choices challenged the norms and values they had built their lives around. In some ways, I think my decision forced them to confront their own doubts or fears about living authentically. Once I understood this, I stopped feeling the need to justify myself. I let go of trying to win their approval and focused instead on staying true to my own values and goals. Over time, I also learned to embrace the idea that not everyone will understand or accept your path. And that's okay. Some people will come around once they see your conviction, while others may never fully understand. What matters is that you stay aligned with your purpose and don't let societal pressures dictate your life. Now, when I face judgment or resistance for stepping outside of the norm, I remind myself that authenticity often disrupts comfort zones, including my own. Living true to myself isn't just freeing, it's necessary for my happiness and growth. By embracing this mindset, I've found greater peace and fulfillment, and I've learned to navigate others' expectations with grace and confidence. 10. The lack of recognition. I've always believed that hard work would speak for itself, but life has taught me that's not always the case. I remember pouring my heart and soul into organizing a major event at work. I stayed late, coordinated every detail, and made sure everything went smoothly. The event was a success, but when it came time for acknowledgements, my name wasn't mentioned. Instead, someone else, who had only played a minor role, received all the praise. I felt crushed. It wasn't about wanting to be in the spotlight. It was about feeling like my effort mattered. For a while, I let the bitterness linger. I replayed the scene in my head, wondering why my contributions were invisible. But then I came across a quote by Epictetus. "Don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose." It made me realize that recognition, while gratifying, is fleeting and often out of our control. That moment shifted my perspective. I asked myself, why did I do the work in the first place? The answer wasn't for applause. It was because I believed in the project and wanted it to succeed. That realization helped me let go of the resentment and focus on what truly mattered, the satisfaction of knowing I gave my best effort. Since then, I've learned to find fulfillment in the process rather than the outcome. When recognition comes, I accept it gratefully, but I no longer rely on it to validate my worth. And when it doesn't, I remind myself that my value isn't tied to others' acknowledgement. I also make an effort to recognize others' contributions whenever I can. I know firsthand how much it means, and it's a simple way to spread positivity. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to stay aligned with my values, take pride in my work, and keep growing. By focusing on these internal rewards, I've found that I don't need external validation as much anymore. Instead, I've discovered a deeper sense of purpose and peace, knowing that my effort and integrity will always speak for themselves, whether others notice or not. offenentes avertifeven. Rumors and gossip. I've experienced firsthand how damaging rumors and gossip can be. A few years ago, I was part of a team where one co-worker started spreading a false story about me. I had no idea it was happening until people started acting differently around me. More guarded, less friendly. At first I was confused, wondering what had changed. Then I overheard someone repeating the rumor, and my heart sank. It felt unfair and frustrating. I wanted to confront the person spreading it, to defend myself and set the record straight. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how futile that would be. Gossip has a life of its own. Trying to chase it down and correct every misstep would only drain my energy and likely make me seem defensive or guilty. Instead, I turn to Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius advises, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This reminded me that the only thing within my control was my own integrity and actions. If I stayed consistent in living my values, the truth would eventually become clear to those who mattered. I focused on being authentic and kind, even to the person who had started the rumor. It wasn't easy, but I reminded myself that their behavior said more about them than it did about me. Over time, people saw through the falsehoods. My relationships at work improved, and my reputation healed. Not because I fought the rumor, but because I lived in a way that proved it wrong. That experience taught me to rise above gossip and avoid letting it define my self-worth. It also made me more mindful about how I talk about others. Words carry weight, and I now choose to use mine to uplift rather than tear down. When I hear rumors about others, I refuse to participate, knowing how much harm they can cause. In the end, I've learned that authenticity is the best defense against gossip. By staying true to who I am and letting my actions speak louder than others' words, I've found peace in knowing that the truth always has a way of shining through. 12. Inability to accept criticism or truth. I've learned that honesty can be a double-edged sword. There was a time when I offered constructive feedback to a close friend about a project they were working on. I approached the conversation with care, pointing out areas for improvement while also praising their efforts. I thought I was helping them grow, but instead they became defensive and distant. Over time, our friendship grew strained, and I couldn't figure out why until they admitted they had taken my feedback as a personal attack. It was a tough pill to swallow. My intentions had been good, but they weren't received that way. I realized that not everyone is ready to confront uncomfortable truths or accept criticism, no matter how gently it's delivered. Sometimes, people's inability to hear the truth stems from their own fears and insecurities. Stoicism helped me navigate this. Epictetus advises, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. This reminded me that being honest, even when it's uncomfortable, is more important than being liked. I've since learned to balance honesty with empathy. Instead of assuming that everyone is ready for the truth, I now gauge whether they're open to feedback. If they are, I try to frame it in a way that feels constructive and supportive rather than critical. And if they're not, I've learned to step back and respect their journey. It's not my place to force growth on someone who isn't ready. On the flip side, I've also reflected on how I handle criticism. It's not always easy to hear, but I remind myself that feedback is an opportunity to learn and improve. When I approach criticism with curiosity instead of defensiveness, I grow stronger and more resilient. Not everyone will react positively to honesty, and that's okay. What matters is that I stay true to my values while remaining compassionate. Whether it's offering or receiving feedback, I've learned that growth takes courage, and not everyone is ready to face it. By focusing on my integrity and practicing patience, I've found a way to navigate these situations without letting them harm my relationships or my sense of self. Now that you know these 12 reasons why people might secretly hate you, you have the power to rise above negativity and protect your peace. Remember, these feelings often reflect others' inner struggles more than they do your actions. By applying the insights and Stoic wisdom we've explored today, you can navigate these challenges with clarity, confidence, and resilience. If you found this video valuable, make sure to hit the like button. It really helps more people discover this content. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an opportunity to grow wiser with us. I'd love to hear from you in the comments. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced situations like these, and how did you handle them? Share your takeaways and stories below. Your perspective could inspire someone else in the community. Thank you for watching, and remember, every challenge is an opportunity to grow. See you in the next video.